Emily, let me know when we're good.
Okay, Mayor Stevens, we are now live.
All righty. Thank you, everybody. Welcome to this City Council discussion only meeting on Tuesday, May 18th. Will the clerk please call the roll, keeping in mind our new rules regarding virtual meetings?
Councilmember Babcock. Councilmember Bacon.
Present, attending virtually, East Lansing, Clinton County.
Councilmember Watson.
Here, attending virtually, East Lansing, Michigan, Ingham County.
Mayor Pro Tem Gregg.
Here, attending virtually from East Lansing, Michigan and Ingham County.
Mayor Stevens.
President attending virtually from East Lansing, Michigan, Ingham County. And I have every indication that Councilmember Babcock will be joining us tonight. If she's having some technical difficulties, we've reached out and we'll have the record reflect when she does join us. I'm going to take a point of privilege before we go to the approval of the agenda to talk about something that happened earlier today and has been happening over the past couple of days. We had a missing persons case within the city of East Lansing. A woman in our community by the name of Shirley was reported missing yesterday around 4:30 p.m. And I'd just like to give an incredibly large thank you to ELPD, our surrounding communities, emergency response teams. This has been a difficult weekend, certainly, but it was an all hands on deck experience over the past couple of days. As many of you probably noticed, helicopter flying over the area at night, and then dozens, amounting to, I think, around 150 people showing up in search parties today, where the city manager and I were both there, as well as a lot of city staff and just a lot of folks from the community really showing up on a very short notice to help somebody that is a member of our community. And in these situations, unfortunately, the things don't always work out, but we were very, very lucky today in the case that this woman was located and she was attended to by medical staff. I don't know the status right now, but I just want to express, not necessarily just my council member comments, because I try to reserve those for city matters, but I just want to express my gratitude to this community for how we showed up, and my gratitude for the folks in our public safety departments that put every single effort forward to make sure that this person got home safe. I spoke to some of her family members as well that were part of our search party, and definitely some tears of happiness when she was located. And it was just an incredible experience to see how many people showed up and how many people showed out. And I had one gentleman, reach over and talk to myself and Officer Cassidy, just basically saying, if it were me, I would hope that this many people would show up. So that's why I showed up today. And that sense of community is I think something unique to this area and to East Lansing, and I'm just so proud to be part of this community. So I just wanted to express that before we got into this, because it was a very heartwarming moment, and it ended up in a very good situation. So thank you everybody that helped. All right, I will move on to approval of the agenda. Is there a motion to do so, or anything that we wanted to edit?
I'll move approval of the agenda.
Great. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion by the Mayor Pro Tem, second by Council Member Bacon. All those, or any discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Great, we are on to communication from the audience. I know that we have a few attendees with us here. We will be calling on your names and or numbers individually. You will have 5 minutes to speak to the council. I will be cutting folks off at that 5-minute mark. Please feel free to speak on any subject. Thank you for calling in. Emily?
Just to let you know, Councilmember Babcock did just reach out to me, and I'm resending her the link to get in right now. She was unable to find it in her inbox. So just so you know, she is
understood.
Coming. With that being said, caller with the phone number ending in 263, you are now permitted to address council.
Caller with the phone number ending in 263. If you hit *6 on your phone, you should be able to unmute and speak to the council for 5 minutes.
Hi, this is Shanna Draheim calling in, and it's nice to see all your faces on this screen. And I just wanted to take another minute to thank you all. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, I can.
To thank you all for the work you guys are doing in what is, I know, an incredibly challenging year. So I too am really proud to be part of the East Lansing community, and the story you just told, Erin, is just another example of that. So I sent a letter last week supporting the notion that you guys would close off the street of Albert Street like you did last summer. And I know there's been some discussion and debate about this, but I think that this is an incredible opportunity to help not only our businesses downtown, who we know are really, 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 really hurting after the pandemic and through this pandemic, an opportunity to expand their capacity, an opportunity to kind of be more visible and to just have more people engaged with those businesses. But as I said in my letter, I also think it's just an incredibly important opportunity to take care of our community too, to have a great, safe space that people can, interact with their neighbors and see people downtown that we haven't seen in a long time. And there's a lot of these social districts in the state, and they have been wildly successful. I know an original plan was just to allow some of those businesses on the south side to kind of go to the sidewalk's edge and close one lane, but I would really, really encourage a full closure of the street, not only because I think it provides more space and just gives a lot more flexibility to events and stuff we could do down there. It's safer. And I've been down there for dinner a couple of nights this week, and I've been down there during the day too. And, one of the other issues is really noise from cars. So you have cars that are kind of cruising and motorcycles that are cruising, and they're revving their engines. And it becomes kind of it just reiterates that it's a very car-centric strip, when really I am a true believer in my work and in the work that I did when I was on council, and, designing and having cities be focused on people as much as we can. So I think it's a great opportunity. I think it's a relatively low-cost thing, particularly if you let the businesses themselves put out their own patios and kind of create their own vibe. And I just think it'd be an incredible opportunity. So I'm just calling in to encourage you to do so.
Thank you very much, former Councilmember Draheim. And I would want the record to reflect that Councilmember Babcock did join us at 7:08 p.m. Councilmember Babcock, would you like to give the information required for virtual meetings?
Thank you. Lisa Babcock, present and attending virtually from East Lansing, Ingham County, state of Michigan.
Great. Thank you very much.
Okay, caller with a phone number ending in 333, you are now permitted to address council.
Hello, this is Chris Root. Good evening, everybody. Thanks for allowing me to take a minute of your time. I'm calling in reference to the police department budget that's on your agenda this evening. You may be aware that I'm a member of the study committee on an independent oversight commission. I am not speaking formally on behalf of that body tonight. We have not discussed this issue. But so I'm mostly here to ask a question about a budget matter. I noticed that the police department budget in the section department appropriation, it says that operating costs are requested to include funding for potential recommendations from the study committee on an independent police oversight commission. It is certainly a positive thing to think ahead to the need for a budget for the oversight commission. That is a good thing. The complexity is that you haven't yet received the recommendations from the study committee. They are well underway, and you will have them by mid-June as promised. But I'm wondering how you can both recognize the need for a budget and leave open the question of where that commission should be housed until you have a chance to look at the recommendation. Because nationally there is a lot of clarity on the importance for that oversight commissions should be independent of the police. That is extraordinarily important in terms of their credibility within the community, as one reason for that. So I'm hoping that when you act on the budget at your next meeting, if you could give some thought to how you can both make sure that there is some money set aside and yet not make specific decisions until the recommendation comes to you from the study committee, if possible. Thank you.
And Chris Root, if you wouldn't mind staying on for a second, I do have a follow-up question for you.
Sure.
So I understand kind of exactly what you're getting at here, and since we haven't received that recommendation yet, I don't necessarily know the details of where that money would have been housed. But does the commission at this point have a preference on that? I'll go to city manager in a sec.
I said I'm not speaking on behalf of the commission.
Okay. All right.
I think the commission, we have had some discussion in a study committee meeting on this subject, and we of course realize that the study committee isn't making recommendations about city administration. But we did raise the issue of the relationship with the police department as a policy matter. And that issue certainly will be in the recommendations. As I say, we didn't think it was it was our role to designate where else it should be housed. I think that's the best way I can represent the discussion.
All right. And I apologize. I know that you had said that you weren't here representing it, and I kind of asked you a question that led to that. City manager?
Yes, Mayor, just a quick answer. I believe the money that's been set aside in the budget for police is referencing an early warning system, which has been pretty widely discussed in terms of a software application that would be needed. So I believe that's what the additional money is for in the police department. But staff is aware of the recommendation that likely this should not rest in the police department, and we'll be coming back with a recommendation at some point as council begins to discuss this in the coming months, and offer a recommendation that the staff not reside in the police department. So we've heard that and would be ready with a recommendation in the future when council is ready to have that discussion.
Okay. Thank you. Did anybody have any other questions for the caller? All right. Thank you very much, Chris Root, for being here with us, and I appreciate you answering my follow-up question.
Okay, caller with the phone number ending in 552, you're now permitted to address council.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi. Kath Etzel, 1026 Daisy Lane, East Lansing. Good evening. About a little over a year ago, we all found ourselves in the midst of a global pandemic. The council made decisions that saved lives and decreased infections. Mask mandates, social distancing, closing businesses, working from home, etc., were all implemented. COVID required all hands on deck, and while it hasn't been easy, we'd be in a far different place if these decisions hadn't been made. In the same time frame, the council declared racism a public health crisis, but we unfortunately have yet to make it as large a part of our public discourse as we have with COVID, and we must. This relates to tonight's discussion on the police budget. I don't want to get into the nitty-gritty of each line item. That's for council to do. I'm encouraged that it appears there's a decrease in the size of the police force, yet I do wonder if an audit has been done to determine the minimum total size and shift size, given so many other resources in the area, MSU, LPD, Meridian, and Lansing Township Police Departments. I'm encouraged that there are plans to implement an early detection system that Mr. Lahanas just talked about. But the part that relates back to the comparison with COVID is the list of activities that are listed in that budget that the police department does. These are the times and the places that we need to be looking at our budget through a racial equity lens, even in the narrative that's included in our budget. When the list of activities does not address the issues of over policing and brutalizing Black and brown people, residents and visitors to our community. As long as we continue to throw around phrases like enforce laws, prevent crime, and protect life and property without reconciling the subjectiveness of police enforcement, our data will not improve. Every document produced by East Lansing Police Department, including the budget, must include the goal to participate in every activity in a racially neutral way. Lastly, I just want to comment on I believe that the comment on the school resource officer is a little misleading. While discussions within the school district occurred around the cost of an SRO, the impetus for ending this position was the murder of George Floyd. Hang on one second. Lost my place. Because of centuries-long history of racial bias in policing, some white people are awakening to the reality that while a police presence may make them feel safer, it can have the opposite effect on Black and brown children, thus harming them in a school environment where we are striving, and not always perfect, I admit that, to make them feel safer. I appreciate your time and all your work, and there are many things in that budget that are really encouraging, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being with us, and I appreciate you calling in. Did anybody have any questions for the caller? All right, seeing none. Thank you for your continued service to the community. Appreciate you calling.
No problem. Thanks, Aaron.
All right, Daniel B., you are now permitted to address council.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, my name is Daniel Bush. First time ever speaking at a council meeting, so forgive me if I'm stumbling all over the place here.
Welcome to the party.
Thank you. Yeah, it's, I read about stuff, but just never spoken up. So, but yeah, I'm here. I was contacted a couple weeks ago by Decriminalize Nature, the Mid-Michigan chapter, and they asked me just to kind of share a little bit of my story, because yeah, the plant medicine has helped me tremendously in the last couple of years. My story goes way back, but I think the best place to pick it up is I'm a recovering alcoholic. I was definitely an alcoholic for about 4 solid years, but alcoholic thinking way before that. But anyways, yeah, I totally bottomed out in that. I went to inpatient recovery a couple times. Completely got involved with AA here in Lansing, all over the place. I got a sponsor, all that. I love it. I'm still connected, and it's really through recovery and being a very good student that I even considered using another substance to further my recovery. And for me, it was so difficult. For about 3 years, I would get about 4 or 5 months clean, and then I would have a slip, like a Friday night around a campfire, a couple beers or something like that. Sometimes it would be like a couple weeks, not a couple weeks, a couple days, like a weekend. And yeah, and they would start all over, pick up the pieces, and it was just devastating and everything. My wife, or my ex-wife, we're not married anymore, my former job, my kids, everything. Spiritually, I'm a deeply spiritual person. So yeah, I bottomed out, went to recovery house in Lansing here for about 3 months. Was on my own for a couple of months, my own apartment, and really doing a lot of reading, a lot of all over the place, but definitely with the AA literature, and really read Bill Wilson's story and read more from what was outside of the big book. And come to find out in the 60s, he was definitely friends and experimented with, I don't know, all the guys you would read about from up in Harvard, a little bit out in California, like the Timberlaries, King Kesey's, those kind of guys. But he took it, and he was looking for a therapeutic medicine, and he truly believed he found it with LSD. That was the only thing that he had tried. I think a few years later, he did try a psilocybin mushroom pill. But yeah, it was, for him, he called it the magic pill. He said all addicts and alcoholics need to try this, that so many people get to a plateau And the biggest thing is they just still can't break that shame and that guilt that they carry. And for me, that went really deep spiritually. I don't know. Church is kind of hammering your head sometimes about the sin and not the grace part of it. And yeah, if you're surrounded by a lot of people like that, you get a pretty low impression of yourself. But anyways, I should speed this up. In July of 2019, I had a solo experience with this plant medicine. It was an evening, summer evening, and at that point I had been sober already for about 6 months, but I could feel it coming. Took that, nothing else, and had a whole night of just really intense therapeutic. It was like 10 years of counseling, really, and I've been in and out of the therapist chairs all the time. But yeah, that morning I worked through a whole lot of personal things, but I intentionally tried to get to the alcohol thing. And I just, like, everything in my head, in my life, and everything I think I am, this thing is destroying me. I want to shake it. I don't want to obsess or be compulsive over it. And a whole lot of weird visuals. But I woke up that morning and it was just gone. It was gone. That was, so yeah, I've been sober since like March of 2019.
Congratulations.
And thank you. It's so hard, but you know, yeah, I'm in a good spot. But yeah, just, the last minute here, just to advocate for those who asked me to pop in here and blabber on. Yeah, there's a lot of us out there, a lot of scared people, but a lot of people kind of on the fence where they're finding this is incredibly helpful. What do they do now? And thankfully, there are some towns starting to pop up, and it's hopeful, but it also is disgusting that Ann Arbor beat us to the punch, right? They're decriminalized down there, and I think they're going to be a beacon. I'd love to see Lansing jump on that train. There's already,
30 seconds remaining.
Thank you. People already know Lansing is a cannabis mecca, and they appreciate it. There's actually, underground tourism popping up. There's groups like the Decriminalized, but there's also a new one, Lansing Psychonaut Society, Grand Rapids Psychedelic Society. And we're trying to link up and just be friends, make our voice louder, and we're good people. And we just want to educate. So thank you very much.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for your comments. Did anybody have any questions for the caller?
I just wanted to congratulate Dan on his sobriety. I'm also 3 years sober. I know it's really hard. Good job. And thanks for calling in today.
Congrats.
And I'll make a brief comment on the subject. That this Mid-Michigan group had reached out to me a little while ago, and I said I'd look into the options. I talked to a couple of their members, as well as a city council member over in the city of Aspen, who had been pushing this as well, just to hear a little bit more about it. And obviously, I read through what Ann Arbor's has done at this point. So that might be a discussion that we have at a future discussion-only meeting at this council, because I do think that it definitely warrants the discussion. So appreciate you calling in.
Thank you.
Great. Emily, would you mind going to the next caller?
Caller with the phone number ending in 693 are now permitted to address council.
Caller ending in 693. If you hit *6 on your phone, you should be able to unmute. Oh, there you go.
Hello, I'm Kelly Ellsworth Etchison, 5292 Bear Lake Drive, East Lansing, Michigan. And in full disclosure, I will say that I am on the study committee for an oversight commission. While I'm not speaking on behalf of the commission, I am speaking as a citizen and resident of East Lansing. And when I want to talk about my concerns would be around the budget. And under the activity section, it speaks to resolving problems and quality of life concerns through collaborative partnerships. Doesn't really talk about what those collaborative partnerships would look like. And unless I've missed something and I've overlooked something, and if I did, I apologize, and I'm welcome to be schooled on that. And so I would like to really understand that. Further, it goes into talking about preventing crime, protecting life and property. And I think that's the problem with the police, the policing that we have today, is the approach is always around preventing crime as opposed to putting together partnerships, collaborative, doing community policing. And so when they show up, there's a different approach. There's a very militarized approach to the response. And I believe I heard the caller before talk about some of those types of things with concerns of Black and brown people not feeling safe when the police shows up on the scene or get behind them. And so I'm concerned with some of the vagueness in the activities of what the funding is allocated for. I would like to see a portion of the budget allocated to significant partnership with the diversity administrator through the city of East Lansing. And I mean, if we want to get down to a dollar amount, you know, I can put forth a recommendation would be $100,000 from the police budget. A portion of that can go to that diversity program. And then another portion of that can go to really having some meaningful collaborative relationships on how to effectively police through community activities. And so that is not always a militarized approach to it, but the city of East Lansing is clear from recent activity that was reported in the East Lansing Info News, where there was false accusations and charges dropped. There's still some very serious issues within the police department, and it needs to be reimagined. It needs to be done differently than it is today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody have any follow-up questions for the caller? All right, not seeing any. Emily, would you mind moving to the next caller? Thank you for calling in.
All right, and then Joe Carr, you are now permitted to address council.
Yes, no comment. I'm just here to observe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Those are all the callers on the line.
All righty, great to hear. We are now on to our next item, which is communications from council members. I will start with Council Member Bacon.
Sure. I don't have much. I just want to say thank you for all the correspondence, particularly around, I've received so much around proposed ordinance 1500 and around the Albert Street issues. And I just want to encourage members of the community and make them aware that everything you send in, those correspondence we read, I will follow up on. I'm thankful for the input. There's been varied inputs on those two subjects, very passionate input, and thank you for that. And we look for that same input on all issues and look forward to correspondence and receiving it and hearing from you on any issue. If you're not, one who wants to come on live or speak, if you send in correspondence, we will read it. We will respond. We'll thank you for your input, and I will take it all under consideration. So it's just really felt very democratic and very good to hear so many positions and so much passion around some specific issues. And we want to hear from you on all issues. Even if you're not one to speak in public, please correspond. And that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will go to Councilmember Babcock.
Thank you. This afternoon, our doorbell rang, and it was someone who was volunteering to look for a lady who had been lost for 24 hours. I will let the mayor say more about that because I have it on good authority that he participated. I was working. But there are just moments when something touches your core and you realize how incredibly fortunate you are to be part of a particular community. And for me, that was it today. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. And yeah, I spoke on that a little while ago, but absolutely agree 100% with everything you just said. We do have an incredible community and certainly showed it today. Councilmember Watson.
Thank you. And just to echo what you've already said, Mayor, and what you said, Councilmember Babcock, thank you to everybody. And it did feel really good to hear about the people that were gathering, to see all the alerts and all the work that everyone in East Lansing put into finding the person. So, and I'm glad that she was found. My only comment also is someone wrote in, and I've been having discussions myself with community people and with George and Chief on the motorcycles. And I'm wondering if we can gather as council to put our heads together, put our notes together, and figure out how we can keep it quieter in East Lansing.
Absolutely. And I was going to talk a little bit about it during my comments, but if you're comfortable with me giving a little bit of a response to it, I'm more than happy to. You know, I think we took some steps in instituting 15-minute loading zones, especially in an area where we tend to see kind of a congregation. But I think that there needs to be a more conceited effort to issue tickets for folks that are overextending that time. And I think that that's, not something that I generally say, but certainly as a safety issue for folks that are, really zooming in an area where there's a high population of pedestrians. And regardless of the noise pollution that it creates, certainly I think it's a safety issue as well. And so, we have those loading zones that are 15 minutes for a reason, and they should be utilized as such. And so, I'm going to talk about it a little bit more when I get to my thing. But Councilmember Watson, I fully agree. Did you have anything else? I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's all. You're good. Thank you.
Great. Mayor Pro Tem.
Hello. Yeah, I wanted to just kind of footnote Councilmember Bacon's comment. I have found a lot of the correspondence coming through our email to be just very useful and insightful recently. I've had really good discussions with groups of people on both sides of the rental lease time, I guess, ordinance 1500. Still not 100% sure how I feel about it, but I've had great discussions with a lot of different people that have been very generous with their time. And I really appreciate it when people kind of take that time to not just complain about something that they don't like, but to really, take the time to kind of educate us and work with us. And it's been really, I've really enjoyed those conversations. So I think Mr. Bacon, absolutely. I totally agree. I found our inbox to be actually a lovely place to be recently, which is not always the case. My other comment, I just wanted to call people's attention to the first weekend in June, June 4th through the 6th is the 7th annual gun violence awareness campaign. It's Wear Orange for gun violence awareness. You might see some things coming out. I'm going to record a little video for Moms Demand Action, talking about some of the ways that gun violence has impacted me personally, which is unfortunate. I think that we all probably have those experiences just because guns are so prevalent in our society right now. And I think, we really recently had a pretty terrible shooting up in our northern tier, a party that went very badly astray and involved 5 people being wounded with bullets. And it just is very, on top of the high death toll of COVID and just the other strains that our communities are under, it does seem to me like we're seeing more incidents involving guns. And I'm personally motivated to try and do what I can about that. So anyway, if you're interested in more information about that, I would encourage you to get in touch with Moms Demand Action. They've got a lot of very good lobbying efforts towards different types of domestic violence legislation. They're working on legislation regarding guns in our capital. It's a good group of people and they've really got their heads on straight. So if you're looking for a productive place to put your time, I would encourage you to check them out.
All right. I have a few things that I wanted to say. I fully agree with everything that the Mayor Pro Tem just said, by the way, and hopefully I'll be participating in that video as well. But I've got a couple of city issues that I wanted to bring up. So Councilmember Watson said it in a very eloquent way, probably more eloquent than I could, but motorcycles and noise downtown is certainly an issue. And I will note that some of the callers that talked to us about closing down Albert Street, and also some of the emails that we got pointed to this. When we really want to be a pedestrian safe environment, understanding fully that we do tend to adapt as a society to vehicles, and doing that really can hinder the ability for us to have walkable, livable downtown. And I think that has something to be said about street closures. However, in general, we do have an ordinance right now on noise, and that's not always the easiest to enforce. But those parking regulations are there, and they're there for a reason. And I do think that they should be enforced, especially when it comes to folks that are much longer extending their time period. And it's something that we've heard from residents. It's something that we hear from business owners. It's something, things that we hear from pedestrians walking down the street. So I do think it's an issue. And I think that I'm very hopeful that city staff will hear this and hopefully make a more, I think that there's been a lot of effort right now, but I think make a bigger effort to address, especially those areas where folks might be, in a position where they might actually get a ticket for overextending that time period that they're allowed to park in. So that's something that I wanted to talk about. The other thing is actually those parking spots in general. So we talked about this about a year ago now, about putting these loading zones, right? These 15-minute parking places in our downtown to really encourage the use of rideshare and, delivery parking and, temporary parking to pick up takeout and all this stuff. And I am speaking really as a human being, not as a mayor here. And maybe I am just a young person that doesn't know what the heck I'm doing, but I'm going to say it anyway. In general, when somebody sees 15-minute loading zone, I think they, in their mind, think this is something that is for a business. This is something that I cannot park in myself. When they see that tagline, loading zone, I think people are very hesitant to actually utilize that as the purpose of it. And I talked to a few folks that had, Uber and Lyft signs on their car while I was walking around. And most folks, when they see that sign that I talked to, didn't really know that was actually what that was supposed to be used for. And I know this might seem a little bit rash, given that we don't know how technology is going to improve in the next few years, but to actually mark those zones with a sign as this is rideshare parking, or this is delivery parking, or this is takeout parking, I think would be really, really helpful to get those spaces utilized for what they really are, especially when we have a lot of congestion in our main roads. And the purpose for those spots is to try and ease up on some of that congestion and also make sure that folks have a safe way to get into rideshare. We want to encourage more use of that. We don't want to encourage drunk driving, right? I think it's great that rideshare is a thing and is an option for folks to do that. But I think we need to be real about the situation and say that those loading zones, that's what they're there for, right? And, it might be takeout during the day, but, at 10 p.m., we want Uber and Lyft parking in those zones to say, yeah, I'm parked in the Uber spot, down the street. That's what a lot of cities do. And I know that the 15-minute loading zone by technicality is that what it is. But I think that for a member of the general public, when they see that, they're not thinking to themselves, oh yeah, this is my spot to park in. And so I just wanted to voice that here. I know it's something that I've heard from delivery drivers and Uber and Lyft drivers in the area, where I've even actually got an outreach from somebody after we put that in place to say you should have parking spots, for us specifically. And I said, well, we actually do. It's just not as well communicated. So that's just something a little bit there that I wanted to talk about. I had a resident reach out to me regarding our dog park on the Northern Tail Dog Park, and just access to the small dog park on the other side. You actually have to walk through the large dog park to get to the small dog park. And I would love to follow up with maybe some Parks and Rec staff and the city manager on if we might be able to put an entrance on the other side, to make sure, because the purpose of it is, of course, small dogs, might not want to be in the same environment as some of the bigger dogs for safety reasons, and having to walk all the way through kind of, negates that point. But we do have a sidewalk that extends kind of all the way out there. So I think there might be some very low cost opportunity to extend. I wanted to talk about parking permits as well. As we go into our budget discussions, I really didn't mention this much because, of course, we have a parking task force, an incredible parking administration department that's doing a lot of great work to reimagine what our downtown is. But I wanted to lift up a voice again and again that I really think we need to have a specific type of work permit in the downtown for folks that are not only working in office jobs, but also just working in general at some of our businesses. Offer a lower rate for folks so folks use those those facilities in a better way. Oftentimes folks that actually work in our downtown might not really be even able to afford to park in the downtown. I know that we do have a lot of programs that have offered incentives to businesses to purchase passes individually, but I think that if we actually offer a permit, it might yield a better result. I'm more than open to being wrong on that, and I'm more than open to having a discussion, but I do think that it would be something that would be beneficial to do, just because if you can say, yes, I work downtown, whether it's part-time as a barista or it's full-time as somebody at the new MSU FCU building, it would be good if we could offer a different rate. And then I will say again, access to regular meetings as we go back into the office sometime soon, as folks come back to work. Eventually, we will go back to in-person meetings as a city council. And I just want to say that the ability for folks to call in and reach out to us via phone, it's more accessible. It's easier for folks with families. It's easier for folks with responsibilities at home that might not actually be able to drive to City Hall and park. And so I just do want to lift up, maybe we're still in virtual meetings, until my term is over, but I do think that it helps accessibility and it helps transparency. And so, if we can still find a way to have the ability for folks to call in for public comment, I think that would be a really good thing. I don't know the best way to do that, but I'm hoping that this message lends to the right ears and we get something going. And then I have one last thing, which is to request a closed session. So I will make a motion to do that right now. And I will make a motion to go into closed session pursuant to Section 8H of the Open Meetings Act to discuss a written confidential legal opinion with the city attorney. This would occur at the end of the meeting prior to adjourning. Do I have a second on that? Is there a second?
I can second.
Seconded by Councilmember Watson. And I would ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Councilmember Babcock,
Yes.
Councilmember Bacon, Councilmember Watson,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Greg,
Yes.
Mayor Stevens.
Yes. I'm going to try Councilmember Bacon one more time. I think he is.
Councilmember Bacon,
Ooh, he disappeared. It looks like he might have got.
I think he might be having some connection issues.
Oh, he's coming back.
Clerk, are the 4 votes in favor sufficient to? Oh, now we have him back.
All right, catch me back up. Technical difficulty.
We are currently voting on the ability for us to go into closed session to discuss a confidential legal opinion with the city attorney at the end of our meeting. This is a roll call vote, and you are asked either to vote in the affirmative or the negative.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. With unanimous, that passes. We will go into closed session at the end of the meeting. All right, I will move on to the communication from the city manager, Mr. Lahanas.
Thank you, Mayor. First item, I'll just try to answer and tick off some of the things you've raised, which were very good points. We have heard the concern from council about continuing audio participation when we get back into in-person meetings. That may be a little while off, but we already have our IT and our city clerk staff working to come up with solutions for call-in people. So hopefully when we are ready to get back to in-person meetings, we will have a solution that allows call-in participation. So heard that from council and are working towards having that happen. Along those lines as well, we are looking forward to returning back into the workplace in terms of our remote work. We are expecting on Monday, June 7 to be open to the public in terms of City Hall building, and are very much looking forward to having our staff who have been working remotely return to the building. Obviously, there have been a number of staff, and many staff have been working continuously at the building, and many working remotely by order of MIOSHA, which is that we had to do remote work wherever possible. So that's news as well. In terms of motorcycles, I share the frustration. I'm a frequent walker in downtown, and I know that the noise gets very irritating for people, for diners, for people who live there and trying to enjoy the downtown. So I will have conversations with the chief about enforcement in terms of the spots and enforcement in terms of if there's things we can do in terms of people cruising or dragging back and forth in terms of the noise, and see if there's extra opportunities to try to curtail that behavior where possible. I know some of it is that when someone has a street legal bike, there's not necessarily something we can do, but we will certainly look into that and hear recommendations from the chief on what we can do in terms of enforcement. I also want to take an opportunity to thank all the people who helped our resident return home safely today. I was on the call last night, late at night with the chief. They were up late doing their best, ELPD, to try to recover and bring her home safely. They were searching the woods. They called in the Michigan State Police, who assisted us. Today we had assistance from Michigan State University Police. And of course, probably one of the greatest things and greatest showings of citizenship and support from our community members was having probably 200 people come there to search within about a 2 hours notice. I got to say thank you to a lot of them, to welcome them, to hand them flyers. It was just great to see so many of our residents out there to help someone they did not know, but that they had enough compassion and caring for to say that we want to be there and walk around. I saw people of all ages, backgrounds, ability level. I saw a mother with a stroller. I saw people who were elderly. I saw children with parents. It was truly a great showing of citizenship. I got to walk in a number of neighborhoods with people, and I was really thought that I'm fortunate to work in such a great community as East Lansing. So thanks to the mayor for being there as well. That was certainly nice to see you there. And of course, thank you for the police for finding her. Great outcome, and she was got home safely after some medical attention. So that is great news as well. That is all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Great. All righty, we are on to our first discussion item of the night. This is item 6.1, discussion of fiscal year 2022 community development block grant dollars. Our staff contact on this is Amy Schlichler-Schmidt. Appreciate you joining us. And if you wouldn't mind, what title, pronouns, and name would you prefer being referred to for the rest of this meeting?
Sure. I am fine with the pronoun her or she. My title could either be community development or an engagement manager, which is a mouthful, or if you just want to call me the CDBG liaison, perhaps that would be easiest for everyone involved, since we love our acronyms here at City Hall. Did I answer all your questions, Mayor?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. So this evening I am here to discuss the community development block grant budget for fiscal year 22. Council has had several discussions regarding the community development block grant programming as of late. And this evening I am here to provide some updates as we have received some good news from the Department of Housing and Urban Development. There was actually a bit of an accounting error on the part of HUD, and so entitlement communities are actually receiving more money than was initially presented to them for their budget preparations. So in this case, the city can now anticipate receiving $7,278 more than what we had initially been informed. So that brings us to a total budget of $501,216. Since our last meeting, when we actually discussed the CDBG budget on May 11th, I have also received a couple of correspondences. The first was from the East Lansing Parks and Recreation Division, and that division was actually requesting that council consider allocating CDBG funds towards their youth scholarship program in the total amount of $4,000. So that was a consideration for you this evening. The second is that staff did receive a correspondence and have a phone call with representatives from MSU Safe Place. And that is an organization that provides overnight shelter and counseling services to persons with that might be experiencing domestic violence or stalking. And that organization has actually received some significant additional grant funding this fiscal year, and we're just made aware of that. So in respect to other organizations that might, really benefit from the funds this year, they were sort of graciously saying through courtesy, perhaps, council might want to find another allocation for the funds. So given that, staff has actually prepared an amended budget for your consideration this evening. And what we did for that budget was essentially we took the initial funding recommendation to MSU Safe Place and divided that amongst the other three organizations that were recommended as funding, and also presented you with an opportunity to fund the youth scholarship program if you would like. Based upon the HUD funding, funds can also be provided, and there can be a slight increase in admin funding as well to support staff time that is spent to monitor and manage the program throughout the course of the fiscal year. So that is the initial recommendation before you this evening. As a reminder, you have had two public hearings regarding the document, regarding the budget. If you decide to sort of stay on course, then council would consider a vote of approval for the budget next Tuesday, so May 25th. And I am happy to answer any questions you might have.
Are there any questions for the CDBG liaison?
I have a question.
Absolutely.
And I'm not sure if this question is for you or not, but it's about providing care for the kids who are transitioning from middle school class to track practice. There was a gap in that time frame. And so at some points we would provide care, and then at other points we were just like, oh, we don't provide care, as in like the city of East Lansing was like, oh, we don't provide this coverage for these kids. And so my question is, how much was that service when we provided it?
Well, I think you're getting into a level of specificity regarding parks and recreation programs, and I'd have to look to see if Mr. McCaffrey or Ms. Longpree are on the call to answer that.
It does look like Wendy's on the call.
Wendy, are you available to talk about something of that, or do we have to follow up back? Can you, Emily, can you switch Wendy over to a participant if she can participate as she is?
Are you able to hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. I would have to look into that particular question. The middle school after school care program has been through a number of different iterations in recent years, and I'm not sure where we are at with that particular program, but I can get some additional information for you and provide that back to you for your next meeting.
Okay.
Councilmember Watson, would you mind expanding on that just a little bit more?
Yeah, so this is, and maybe George might be able to explain better, but so we have the middle school has their sports activities, right? Yep. And the city of East Lansing, though, does the track, and the track course or whatever isn't whatever it's called. It's not always available like right after school. So the kids would walk to the high school when it was time, or maybe they'd practice at the junior high. But there was a gap where someone needed to watch the kids. Like they couldn't just be roaming around the junior high, and the junior high or the middle school wasn't providing staff for that. And so that's what I'm asking about.
Yep, I got it. I thought this, understood this to be more of a B&A question. It actually is more of a middle school sports question for athletics and how the schedule is set up. So we can check on that as well and try to get an answer. It's, can you line it up with the end of the school day where you can start right into athletics, or is there a gap, and what are the kids going to do in terms of supervision or being in a safe place during that time so they can go to sports? I get it, and we can look into that and see if we can get back to you.
And where I'm going with it is, can we use CDBG funds for this? Mm-hmm. That was my one question. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Watson. And I apologize. I was asking for context, honestly, for me, so I could get a little bit better of a grasp of the issue. So I appreciate you giving that. Yeah. Other questions for our CDBG liaison? All right. Can you expand a little bit more on what the youth grant for our Parks and Recreation Department would do. I know that we got reach out to the full council on this issue, but maybe for the public and a little bit more expansion for the council.
I can, Amy, do you want to do that, or should we have Wendy?
Either way, I'm happy to, if Wendy wants to speak to it, that's great. And then I could interject.
Well, go ahead and give it a first shot if you want to, and then we'll go to Wendy if we want more.
Okay. So historically, the way that the youth scholarship has worked is that income eligible families have applied for grant funds for individuals, youth, that want to participate in programming offered by the City of East Lansing, primarily usually at the Hannah Community Center. So this might be individuals that want to take place in fitness classes, art courses, perhaps swimming classes of some sort. And generally there is a match made. So, you know, the applicant would provide some sort of funding towards the classes, and then the CDBG funds provide a subsidy so that they're not paying the full amount. Everyone is income vetted, and it is offered as first come, first serve. So that has been the program as I have been involved with it when funding it through CDBG funds.
And Mayor, I might also add that there's an additional portion of that we're looking to for council's consideration on in the next item, which is in the marijuana state excise tax, and having an additional allocation that we could even use even more flexibly than CDBG for B&A, for middle school sports, and for all of those opportunities as well. So kind of some overlap between this, but CDBG has different parameters in terms of the requirements. So this would even sort of supplement that further.
Okay. I appreciate that explanation. In general, I'll just give my take. I would be interested to hear a little bit more about the issue that Councilmember Watson brought up. Just, you know, after school care being a really big thing. And I mean, you know, if I'm being really honest here, I'm not that far out of high school. So I'll just say, you know, that gap in between time period and where sports start or practice or whatever it was for me, honestly, it was banned because I'm a little bit of a nerd, but that's okay. You know, it is a fairly big gap, and you know, to have an environment where like you can study or you have some kind of supervision, especially at like younger ages, I think is important. And so yeah, I'd be interested to hear a little bit more on the subject. I would be more than happy to, especially given the news via MSU Safe Place, which I'm glad to hear they got some significant other funding. But you know, in general, I agree with, okay, let's divert some of these funds to these other organizations that are doing great work. But if there might be a better avenue to utilize funds, then I'm also open to hearing that. So I like the proposal right here, but I'm very open to hearing a little bit more about the point that Councilmember Watson put up. Go ahead, Councilmember Bacon.
I think looking at that point on MSU Safe Place being flush, we probably said this a million times, we have to cast a wider net and touch on some other areas. This will probably be a theme for me tonight, but I just, when that kind of is glaring a little bit when people are going, oh, we're flush. Like that's like, I'm pretty sure there's some other things out there that aren't flush coming out of this. And I know that we've talked about staff time or something like that. And I've talked about this function and trying to find some more diverse and just things to have impact on, maybe coming through Human Rights Commission or somewhere else. I think this is just really narrow. So it's not much we can do about it from this standpoint going forward, but just if we're talking about this a year from now, I think this needs to be some emphasis put back into this process a little bit, even if it is small dollars.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I know other council members probably have thoughts on this, but we did have a really thorough process before that myself and Councilmember Watson both participated in with the CDBG liaison, where there was a really big effort and outreach. And I think that obviously, you know, this year kind of reinstituting these funds, maybe that wasn't really able to happen given you know, a new direction from council. But I agree, and I hope that whether it's this council or the next council, that is addressed, because I think that if we want to start utilizing these funds in a more direct way, then you know, we should be doing it intentionally. So I agree, and you know, I'm happy for this year, but yeah, in the future, I fully agree with your points. Other comments, questions?
I have some comments.
Absolutely.
I was wondering what it would look like if South Central Legal Services was included in the funding, and MSU HEP camp was included in the funding, and what it would look like if Haven House received $29,000.
Councilmember Watson, would you provide a little bit more context about what each of those organizations does? I'm sorry, I'm not 100% up on them.
Oh yeah, sure. So, and I pulled from my list of previous people, and I am so excited that we've received this funding, and it's something that I think a city should provide for groups. But the process, how the process has been gone about is difficult because, again, we came from this robust experience of considering these groups and understanding all these organizations to what seems like receiving recommendations from a few people. And then it's like, who was reached out to, who was informed, and how did all this stuff happen? And so I miss the old way and would love to see a merging of what we used to do and shrink it down some, but also include some people who are also in touch with the community. And so South Central Legal Services, we previously provided dollars to them. And I do not have these groups memorized, but they support people who are going through like evictions. And so at some courts, they used to be there for folks because sometimes you just show up by yourself to defend or talk about why you can't pay your rent at the time. And recently, I was on a call, as some of you might know, with our courts, and we opened the doors again to South Central Legal Services to be there for our residents as well, so that they have someone to talk to and someone that supports them. And that's just an example of some of the things that South Central Legal Services does. MSU HEP Camp is a program, it's an MSU program, and I would prefer just looking it up and reading to you what it was about. I picked the group also with a vision of diversity in mind, with who's being served and the type of services that are being offered. And that's, my answer. And also, I also want to say, as some of you might know, like I'm on the board for Davies Project, and Davies Project offers rides to people who have children that need to get to doctor's appointments and they can't get them there. And I started thinking like that could be a great group, but also I'm on the board. So it doesn't look always so good if I'm recommending groups that I love and groups that I'm involved with, like on my own. And so I thought hard and I have big ideas about what we can do going forward, but that's why I wanted to add these groups to the list.
Okay. And if
Thanks
I can,
for that expanded explanation, Dana, I appreciate that.
if I can, I'd just like to put it out to the city manager that if at our next discussion only meeting, we could have a conversation regarding the CDBG process. I think this has been talked about on council a few times, and it would be good for us to have a formal conversation on how we're going to do this next year.
Yeah, we certainly heard that you'd like to have a more formal process. Obviously, the late hour in which we figured we could use this money for other purposes, limited our abilities this time, but certainly next year to have, I was involved in the process for many years as a Human Relations Commission staff person, where we had a more robust process. And I think that perhaps that process was a little bit too lengthy, but perhaps something where it has much more citizen participation and a bit more time where there's a citizen group that can weigh in would be very, very beneficial to everybody. So yes.
Yeah. So, and just to go back to Councilmember Watson's point, so she brought up a couple of organizations that some of us are familiar with, some of us aren't, but organizations that do really good work within our community. And so, what I'm really wondering is, since we're passing our budget next week, how is, in the best way possible, I'll ask the city manager, how would Councilmember Watson go about working with staff to make a recommendation to allocate some funds towards these other organizations as well?
I think one thing we should probably do in the interim period is reach out to them to see if they are willing to or able to accept the dollars, because a lot of these dollars come with some pretty specific requirements of how you use them, and they may or may not be in a position to make use of them. I know MSU HEP Camp obviously provides services to migrant families for educational purposes. They were funded by CDBG in the past, back when I was in that process, but I don't know if they're in a position where they need that or look for that funding now. So I think perhaps we can have staff reach out to them specifically and say, council would like to allocate funds. Are you willing? Do you have the data collection to be able to use this money? Because you have to show services to a certain number of people who are East Lansing residents and so on. But Ms. Schuschler can talk a little bit more about that process, and then come back next week with a recommendation that includes agencies that were mentioned that are willing to accept or want to accept that money. And then we can have a recommendation ready to go for council next week.
Okay.
Amy, you want to weigh in on that and briefly and see if anything I said was impossible to do at this hour, or is it possible?
No, I certainly think it's possible. The one thing that I just want to kind of make apparent to everyone is, I know Councilmember Watson had mentioned sort of, taking some funds from Haven House, which is certainly doable. So if, we reduced Haven House's allocation to $29,000, for example, I did some quick math. So now that's $9,115 if you funded organizations at, the current staff funding recommendation levels. So if I divided that by 2, for example, between the two organizations, you're looking at about $4,557.50. $4,557.50. I got it. So I guess my point here is that, there needs, I think that I would just advise that we have some consideration of like, what is an appropriate amount to be able to service, people and still have it kind of make sense to the organization, if that makes sense to everyone. So, perhaps we do take a little less from the other organizations, so that we're closer to maybe $10,000. Those are the considerations that we often go through as staff about, kind of what's a baseline that really makes sense for an organization to service people and make that impact in the community. So that would be my recommendation, is that we consider, what we have further conversation with the organizations about kind of what the bottom line is of what they would need for funding.
Councilmember Watson, did you have a response to
that? Will you say those numbers again one more time, Amy? I'm going to write it down.
Sure. So I think you had mentioned earlier that if you base it off of the amended budget that staff presented to you, and you had mentioned that perhaps you would have Haven House go down to $29,000 in allocation. So staff had recommended this evening $38,115. So that's a difference of $9,115, right, between the staff recommended amount and then perhaps what council might consider. So then if I took that $9,115 and divided it between the two organizations, let's just pretend it was a 50-50 split. And some of that went to MSU HEP Camp and some of that went to Legal Services of South Central Michigan. Then that would be $4,557.50 each organization. So certainly money, certainly appreciated, but less than $5,000 per organization. Now, maybe that works for them, or maybe there needs to be just further consideration of, do we then also take a little bit, from Tri-County Office on Aging and a little bit from EVE, to get everyone to a little bit higher level so that it makes more sense. And I'm not going to speak for the organization. I'm not going to presume what they can do.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And I mean, I don't know where these organizations are at. Just as we've discussed, like we found out today, council did about MSU Safe Place. So maybe they're good, maybe they can't meet it, but my point is just trying to diversify where the dollars are going to, and I also want to mention that there's networking groups. Greater Lansing Homeless Resolution Network. They've changed their names, but that was their name for a while. The Great Start Collaborative. I thought about 211 and just all these folks that we could have been in discussions with too, that know about the groups and even maybe the calls that are coming from our city, requests for services. And so, yeah, I mean, I don't know what these groups are going to say myself either, but we're offering more money than we have before. And I think it would be great to support more groups. And I know some folks are struggling. Some are doing great, but some are definitely struggling right now.
Councilmember Bacon.
Yeah, I think particularly even next time when we present the numbers and perhaps we pool the dollars ahead of assigning them as well. I think it's psychologically difficult when we attach dollars and move them, particularly when they're tied to specific organizations. I think that's it creates like an artificial math. It's kind of tricky. I did want to include in this calculus. I know, full disclosure, I'm a member of the MLK Commission. Around some things, activities that they're wanting to do around voting and things around and awareness around that area. That seems to be a pretty serious area. And I will hand that along. I know she's not on the call, Elaine Hardy, who in her other roles is chair of that organization. And this is all kind of late because this was a weird process. But if you could just ask her if there's areas in that, because I think voting's an area that I would put all this money towards voting if it was something that of all the due importance of what's going on right now. But that'd be a question that I would have around something in that area. But this is all really super late, so it's just, I'm gonna leave it there.
Okay. I want to do a couple of things. So since we're at a discussion only meeting right now, we got the full council here. I want to gauge support to make sure that this is an instruction that we can give to staff kind of going forward. So if I could, you don't necessarily need like a long comment on it, but what Councilmember Watson had proposed is reaching out to two other organizations. She mentioned them specifically and talked about reducing funding for that we had allocated towards other organizations to maybe fund these other organizations before staff does that outreach directly. Is that something that council is interested in hearing or interested in going forward with?
Is that a question, Aaron, or a vote?
It was more of a question, yes.
Yeah, and I'd say clear the slate. Just clear the slate and then redraw it's weird drawing down from other people. Just redraw it. It's paper money at this point.
The two new suggestions, but take the money out of each allocated line.
Yep.
Okay. And just as a point that I wanted to make, I believe the CDPG liaison did indicate, obviously we have funds that were previously when we were discussing this that were allocated in a certain way, that were of course allocated towards MSU Safe Place, that were then allocated towards other organizations at an increased rate via the fact that we are not allocating that money towards Safe Place. So my thought process, and of course I'm willing to hear Councilmember Watson's point on this because of course this was something that she brought up directly, would be maybe you utilize the extra funds, let's say, that we would have put towards other organizations to then better help those organizations that Councilmember Watson had brought up. Is that something that, and I'll go to Councilmember Watson first, is that something that folks are willing to have a conversation around? Go ahead, Councilmember Bacon.
Maybe I'm confused. Weren't the initial figures arbitrary? Or were they tied to?
No, they were tied to these organizations. They were.
No, I get that, but the function of the 35, 10 grand, whatever, it was just to kind of have a nice round number and a working number from the beginning, correct? There was no.
I would actually point that question to the CDBG liaison to talk about the rationale behind the individual numbers that were originally presented.
Yeah, the original numbers were determined sort of based on need and like an initial consultation with the organization. So, but I think to Councilmember Bacon's point, I don't want to speak for the organizations, but I think that, they will be grateful for, any funding consideration at this time. So I think if it's council's wish that, we go back to each of them, that's certainly what staff will do in the next week or so, and try to make some different funding considerations and proposals to you.
I think, Aaron, are you still asking for input?
Go.
Okay. I think, keeping in mind that there are certain things that can't be funded with CBDG money, so it's not just a completely wide open field. But I like the idea, and I certainly support the idea of kind of identifying as many different types of services within our allowed uses and making sure that we're reaching as broad and a diverse area of needs as possible. So, I think it's good to have, well, I mean, I could identify the missions of all of the people on the slate, but, I think like some legal assistance and also some shelter assistance and also, assistance to our aging populations. I think if we can kind of make it as broad a field as possible so that we can really do as much good with the money that we have to spread around, I'm 100% in favor of that. I think, yeah, we would want to reach out to those organizations and make sure that they could meet the reporting requirements and that they felt that the worth of having the money would offset the additional work in reporting and things that taking grants creates for organizations. But I think that I've got no problem adding a few more to the list.
Okay, great. So I'm hearing overall support for at least the initial outreach, of course, to these organizations that Councilmember Watson had dictated, and then maybe a reassessment of the actual values that were dictated originally based on the response that we get from the organizations that were put out there. I'm going to look for nods.
I have one question, Aaron, clarifying for our CBDG liaison. I don't know why CBDG as an acronym doesn't roll off my tongue. Sorry about that, Amy.
It's not easy.
Is the amount that we have spread amongst the social service organizations, does that represent the sum total amount that we can dedicate to social service from our allocation? Okay, so that money is capped and we just have to decide to spread it out. We can't pull things from other line items. Got it.
That is correct. Yep, that is correct.
Okay. And then I would request maybe a follow-up meeting with myself and Councilmember Watson and staff before the agenda is posted next week, because this is kind of a tight timeline, just to hear a little bit of follow-up previous to the meeting on what those conversations were like, if there was, reach back out from the organizations, just so kind of we go into that meeting in the know, given the suggestion that was made. If that's all right.
Certainly.
Great. Councilmember Watson, did you have anything else on this or any other member of council?
Just thank you, CDBG liaison. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All righty. Anybody have one more chance? Anything else? All righty. Thank you for being with us. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
All righty. We are on to our next item, which is discussion regarding use of marijuana excise tax dollars. I will hand this over to the city manager, Mr. Lahanas.
Thank you, Mayor. So we have two items for council to consider under this. Obviously, this was raised by the mayor the last couple of weeks about trying to think of ways to spread around the marijuana excise tax money in ways that are sort of beneficial to people who have suffered under substance abuse issues in the past and how it can help. So we've sort of went back and forth in terms of trying to think of a way to spread that money around in a way that is beneficial to a number of people in the community. I had conversations with the court administrator. I had conversations with Parks and Recreation. And then we have before you a draft resolution that it was actually intended, it actually says sort of 1 year, but it's intended to sort of give guidance into the future until council changes it, of course. And the goal here is to take what is right now $28,000. It may well be more in the future, but we have to wait and see. Where the first $14,000 would go towards drug abuse counseling through 54B District Court. There are some particulars here that I'd like you to hear about, which is the second part of this, about our drug court, our specialty courts, and that'll come in a moment. And then the 14,000 through 28,000 will go to Parks and Recreation Department for providing programs and services for people of lower moderate income, in particular helping out people with the before and after. So I think it has a split of 75-25. So if people have a financial need and can't participate in the before and after program, they could avail themselves of these funds like a grant, and based on income with a sliding scale, have that money available to be able to participate in the program. Obviously, it's a great program to do something like that because we know that before and after care can provide opportunities for people who may not be able to work or work full-time hours because of childcare needs, which can be very costly, to be able to do that. So we think that both of these provide some pretty exciting options for people in terms of services. We also have 28,000 and before, which is sort of a little bit of an escape hatch, that if there's more funds, the specialty courts that we provide services through actually do come with some significant costs in terms of staffing. They're great programs. We'll get to hear about them in a minute, but they do come with costs, and that would be able to sustain those programs in terms of staffing and be able to provide resources for them. With that, if you want to talk about that at this point, Mayor, can we go into a conversation, a brief overview from the court administrator about the specialty courts?
I'm more than happy to hand it over to the court administrator.
Great. Now we'd have Nicole Evans come on and give a little bit of an overview. I think like I said, this is probably one of the more exciting and sort of unknown programs that we have, and that she can give us an overview of the program and then talk a little bit about how we came up with that $14,000 figure in terms of what she would need in terms of substance abuse counseling, treatment, and assessment. So Nicole, did you want to take that away? You're muted. There you go.
I was so prepared in council.
And our court
First,
administrator.
thank you for the opportunity.
I apologize. Before you begin, would you mind giving me what titles, pronouns, or name you'd like to be referred to for the rest of the meeting?
She, her, and hers. And my title is court administrator.
Great.
Okay. So where was I thanking you? I was thanking you for the opportunity to come before you.
Sorry for interrupting.
To discuss how the court could. Thank you. Thank you again, Mayor. To discuss how the court can use the funding from the marijuana excise tax dollars. So I have a couple of slides that I want to share with you. I'm just going to give you a very brief overview, if I can do so. Let me know if you can see the screen. I'm working with a dual monitor, and so if my eyes are shifting out of place, it's because of my monitors. Are you able to see this?
Yes, we are, court administrator Evans.
Nicole is fine. I guess I should have told you that.
It's okay. That's why I asked. I appreciate it, Nicole.
Okay, yeah. The formality is fine, but I do appreciate it. Thank you. All right, I see. I'm not sure what I'm seeing here.
Your slides are on the screen. We can see it. So, but we can also see your I believe written notes. Just so you know.
Start with presentation mode, Nicole, and go into purely presentation, so it only shows the one slide. Because right now it shows the next slide after, which is kind of blurry.
Okay. So I need to go into presentation mode.
So there's a little button usually on the top that shows like the screen. It shows like a pull down screen with an arrow. I think that's usually the way you get into the presentation mode. Or if someone more adept like Nicole or Emily or someone can help give suggestions on that. But I think that there's a.
I know what I'm going to do. I saved it as a show.
Perfect. There we go.
There we go.
Oh, you.
Yep, we are all good.
Great, thank you. And I'm the one that's most likely to be a proponent of technology. So this is just a tad bit humbling. But thank you, Emily or Nicole, whoever's in the background, I appreciate it. So I wanted to start off by going through the mission of the district court. Courts are typically seen only as punitive. You never see much of the equity or any of the things that are done to just recognize a person's status in life when they come before the court. So our mission of East Lansing District Court is to consistently provide fair and efficient justice under the law while maintaining respect for individual worth and diversity within the court and the community. So, and our next slide, this is where we do the overview of our treatment courts. So as you may already be aware, we have 3 treatment courts in operation, starting with our Veterans Court that was established in 2010. The mission of that treatment court is to promote sobriety recovery and stability through a coordinated response to a veteran's needs. To date, that court has served 220 participants. Our sobriety court, which was established in 2014, this was actually the second drug court, but the first under Chief Judge Larkin. And the goal of the sobriety court is to enhance the public safety and community welfare by reducing recidivism among misdemeanor alcohol offenders. And that court to date has served 185 participants. The drug court, which is the last court, it was established in 2016. And the mission of that court is to enhance the public safety and community welfare by reforming those in the criminal justice system struggling with substance abuse disorder. So the capacity of each of these courts vary. And so the funding determines that. So for our Veterans Court, we have up to 20 participants that we can serve. For sobriety court is up to 40, and for our drug court is up to 50. The funding for those courts are handled through our state court administrative office. So can I see the next slide, please? So let's talk about how the participant selection happens. First of all, they must meet eligibility requirement that's either established by statute or a memorandum of understanding. The selection of those participants is managed by the 54B treatment court team, which specifically consists of the assistant prosecuting attorney or the city attorney, an assigned defense attorney, the presiding treatment court judge, and the chief probation officer. The funding for these courts, treatment costs, and incentives are covered through the reimbursable grants that are awarded each year by the state court administrative office. So our chief probation officer does quite a bit of work in compiling information for the application that is submitted each year to be awarded funding. And those grants, because it's a state program, their fiscal year runs from October 1 through September. So it overlaps our fiscal year. And so sometimes it creates a little bit of a financial nightmare is not the word I want to use, but some management is involved in making sure that the participants that are in that court, their treatment costs are covered accordingly without running out of that funding. And because these are reimbursable grants, there is no cost to the city for those treatment costs, those programs, the supportive programming. If we are unable to fund, if we come close to running out of funds, then we adjust within our budget to make sure that a participant is not negatively impacted. So the staffing for the treatment courts are our very own probation officers. We have 4, including our chief probation officer. We have a probation officer that is assigned to each of the treatment courts. They also serve as backups to each other. The chief probation officer monitors the expenses. She's managing the treatment court budget, and she also verifies the invoices for payment, which are paid initially by the city, but then are submitted to SCALE, the State Court Administrative Office, for reimbursement. All of our probation staff are court employees whose salaries and wages are paid for by the funding unit. Next slide, please. So this is where we connect the dots. This is our puzzle for the city grant funding and how the $14,000 can work in this scenario. the grant that the city is going to, is planning or hoping to provide will address the treatment service needs, including substance abuse testing and other supportive programming for moderate to low income individuals who are ineligible for participation in a 54B treatment court. The grant may also be used to supplement the services, including testing, not covered by private insurance or entitlement programs. The financial need of these grant funds will be determined by the probation officer after sentencing, because that is the time when we know specifically, or when they know specifically what treatment has been ordered by the judge of record. The recipients may have up to 100% of their treatment costs, substance abuse testing, or other supportive programming covered. The grant will not be used to cover fines, costs, or oversight fees assessed by the court. Thus, even though someone may end up with a charge or offense, there is some consequence to receiving a charge in East Lansing. And so we want to make sure that if there is a substance abuse disorder, that an appropriate risk assessment is done to determine what those treatment needs are to reduce recidivism. Next slide. So here is, I hope you can see that because it shows up small on my screen. So I hope it shows up good for you.
Yeah, it looks good.
Okay, so this is a spreadsheet that I created to hopefully give you an idea of how the $14,000 can be used. I used the case filings, the drug case filings from the year 2019. And I used that year specifically because in 2018, possession of marijuana was decriminalized. And so 2019 is reflective of the decriminalization of that offense. Also, it shows the downward trend in enforcement. So you'll see at the top left that there were 55 case filings reported to scale. Minus the three treatment court cases, we have a remainder of 52 drug case filings. And again, I'm using 2019 numbers. 2020, believe it or not, was not far off. We actually had 48 filings that year. So it'll be interesting to know how we come out this year in 2021, but we won't know that until next year. So we'll always be a year behind in determining what the funding should be. So we are starting with 52 drug case filings, and the first column shows the list of treatment programs or what's available for someone who's received a drug charge. Outpatient counseling, inpatient counseling, individual counseling, cognitive behavior therapy, and moral recognition therapy. The second column, which has the yellow header, shows you the typical number of sessions for each type of counseling. The third column is the cost per program. And so that column shows you what the cost of that program would be for one person. The blue column, which is the third column or fourth, the blue column shows you the cost if we had 52 participants in each one of those treatment programs. The green column shows you the maximum number of recipients or persons that can be served using that $14,000. The set of orange columns is the coverage of program costs. Georgia mentioned that you might possibly want to see some sort of sliding scale. And so what I did was just break out what would be covered at 25%, 50%, and 75%. Of course, again, that's going to be determined by the probation officer at the time after sentencing when they determine, one, what type of treatment was ordered by the judge, and then how much money is available. Money will be funded on a first come, first served basis. And so there's a lot of factors that's involved with how the money will be used. So getting back to the orange columns, that directly correlates with the first set of orange columns. Let me see. Can you see my mouse? No?
We cannot see your mouse, no.
Okay, so the orange column, the first orange column that says cost per program, where you see $200 in the first row, 25% of that, if 25% was the assessment, the probation officer determined that the individual could financially handle, it would be $50 towards the cost of that program. Same thing with 50%, $100 towards a $200 program. 75% would be $150 towards a $200 program. The set of blue columns again relates or correlates with the cost based on our 2019 drug columns. And so this would be the total cost for 52. So 25% of 52 participants in an outpatient 8-session program would cover $2,600 of $10,000, $10,400, so on and so forth. What you do not see is the substance abuse testing. And that can be, again, upon the recommendation of the probation officer, the substance abuse testing can run the entire term of their probation period, which, we can, under district court, we can recommend up to 2 years, except for stalking charges, which is 5 years. So you're looking at up to 2 years of someone receiving or having to submit to drug testing once a week or twice a week. And so I did not include those costs in there, but I did want to make you aware that funding would go towards the testing, the assessment. Assessments are a one-time fee, and sometimes that's conducted by 54B probation officers. That cost is $100. If it's an outside agency, it can range anywhere from $125 to $200. And so those costs will also be used to pay for the assessments. But again, the funding will not be used to cover fines, costs, or oversight fees. And so that I will end my presentation here and see if there are any questions.
Great. I know the Mayor Pro Tem does have a question, but I wanted to make a disclosure really quick that I made at the beginning of the budget cycle. My significant other does work for the probation department within the 54-bit district court. While this wouldn't necessarily benefit them directly, I am open to the idea of myself recusing myself from this discussion if other members of council feel that that's necessary. I myself feel that it's okay for me to participate, but of course I want to respect the rest of council's wishes. So if anybody does have that desire, I'm more than happy to recuse myself at this time.
I don't see that this would increase her compensation in any way directly based on your participation. So I don't see any reason for you to recuse yourself.
Great.
I also don't see, oh.
Great. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah. Hi, Nicole. How's it going? I apologies if it was clear in your presentation and I just missed it, but that the cost for the program, so it listed a number of sessions, individual counseling sessions, and then the cost was like $200 or $300. That is the cost for the whole program, all 12 sessions, or that is a cost per session?
That is that is for all 12. I'm sorry, I should have explained that the sessions are $25 each.
Okay.
And so for each session, that's the $200 cost you saw.
Okay. That was my whole question. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. And just to, and would you mind giving the cost for, you talked about it, but it wasn't necessarily in the graph. How much does it cost for like the individual drug testing? And can you kind of give me the perspective of, some, it might be covered by insurance for some, but might not be covered by insurance for others?
Right, so the drug testing is also $25 each. And like I said, that there's the typical, and again, I'm using information that was provided to me by my chief probation officer, who's also on standby. So I may punt to her if
all good
necessary. But so someone who's testing once a week, that total cost would be $1,300.
Okay.
For someone who's testing twice a week, you're $2,600. And so the one or two, up to 2 times a week is a typical recommendation. And again, it's done throughout the entire term of their probation, whatever that period may be. But we stopped at 52 because, if you have a year of probation, 12 months, 52 weeks, $1,300.
Okay. And I just wanted to give a little context on this. I talked about this a little bit at the last council meeting, but one of the reasons why I thought that this might be a good use of funds is really because we, of course, know that as we're going through definitely an awakening in this country, but certainly in East Lansing regarding the criminal justice system, we still know that we have a lot of work to do. And of course, those fines and costs that are associated with the actual crime itself, sure, you know, and we have those conversations here, and even, you know, I previously wanted to edit some of those fines on previous councils, and was luckily successful in doing some of that for certain offenses. But there are costs that are behind the scenes for folks, and those are continuous costs. And of course, you know, there are always going to be people that are at income levels or really don't have the ability to cover those themselves. And, you know, when it's a situation where it's a voluntary program, or it's I'm either going to participate in this or not, versus a situation where they're legally required to, and we might be putting them at further harm. So I appreciate this presentation, but this is really the impotence of this conversation, was that, you know, we don't have that money to cover the ability. And so I thought that it might be a good use of funds, or hear a recommendation from our court staff on whether or not we could actually try to use some of these funds to make sure that we're not putting people in worse financial situations when they're, you know, doing the right things by our own standards, and getting the testing done, or going to counseling, doing the right actions to make sure that they're in a better position later. So, but again, I'm opening this up. Any questions for Nicole? Yeah, I got a lot. So go ahead, Councilmember Bacon.
Yeah, just a comment. First of all, the specialty courts are wonderful and do so much good work. And this is a good starting point right here. I'd probably be looking at the distribution of the numbers in case there's rule changes or windfalls where it's 0 to 14 and 14 to 28, and or percentages, whichever is greater, would go to that side of it in case something changes in the as a rule change midstream. That way they would get the maximum amounts for each function, and it wouldn't just roll back into the general fund if it runs over the numbers. I'd want to maximize those dollars. Does that make sense? And if it'd be 45%,
like more money, is that what you're asking?
For you, yeah, I want it to roll to the function where it should roll, like 0 to 14 and or, you know, 40%, in case that number begins to balloon or something due to like regulatory or some kind of changes. I'm a salesperson. I always want the higher number. So in case something, the rule change or something occurred and that number comes in and it's 100 grand or something like that, and then it rolls into the function that it should, rather than all of that, the excise rolling into the general fund if it does overrun that number. So just something around that round numbers. And then just in the back of my mind, with this particular issue, that there's issues of particularly legal and disparate impact and legal impact of this. I'm not sure this addresses that issue directly as it needs to, perhaps with certain dollars or something into the people who are directly impacted more acutely than that. But I do love and have watched some of the court sessions. They're beautiful and that kind of thing, but I just maybe some more consideration around how to address areas of past injury, disparate impact, and long-term legal impact to other individuals who are now would be under other things, and maybe around expungement or around things like that for people who are under old enforcement or old adjudication or something like that. I'd be curious around those kinds of areas for this as well. But this is a beautiful document. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Councilor, oh, go ahead, Nicole, my bad.
So Councilmember Bacon, thank you. And I know that our Chief Probation Officer is just probably clapping and dancing at your comments. So the nice thing is that this program or this funding will help to address basically those in a wage gap, those who are almost a working poor of sorts, that, you know, they make too much to be eligible for some of the entitlement programs, but because of their lifestyle, their quality of life, family situation, the money doesn't always match what goes out, the expenses that goes out. And then you add on top of that a legal requirement to have treatment sessions, and there's a punitive consequence if you fail to do so. And because the participants or the recipient of these funds, they're not in a treatment court where there's sort of a wraparound service. However, our probation officers provide exactly that, and they do it with with limited resources. So, this will definitely assist with what we're trying to accomplish. I hear you on the disparate impact. There's always, that's a concern for me. You talked about the expungement clinics. Just as an aside, we're actually partnering with legal services of South Central for this court to hold an expungement clinic. And so you'll be hearing news about that soon. But just getting back to what these numbers are, the nice thing is that there's going to be an annual assessment, right? And so each year we're going to know whether or not this is enough, if this is enough to fund what we need. Right now we're looking at using 2019 numbers. We're looking at 55 people, and based on the 14,000, if 52 people were recommended for an 8-session outpatient counseling, the funds would pay for 70. So, so just looking at, the numbers of who's actually going to fall into this group will be interesting to see, and definitely, having the flexibility to be able to pay for, not for just for the substance abuse counseling, but for the testing, the assessment, and when we talk about other supportive programming, I mean, that really just opens up a lot of doors for those who are not in the treatment program, but to get that treatment program experience.
The other thing I'd also mention about the amount is that we really worked on coming up with an amount that we thought was sufficient to cover what we needed, because a number of the 52 might be eligible for Medicaid, so they might already have money available for counseling services separate through their insurance or through a private insurance, or of course an ability to pay. So, we did spend quite a bit of time, myself and Finance Director Falposh, and with the court administrator, to come up with a number we thought was pretty reasonable and sufficient without having it be where it was this building fund of money where it was growing and growing and growing without a purpose to it. And instead being able to use it into the general fund, which also, it doesn't look like it would go in the general fund at this point, but maybe in the future, but that actually covers the staff time that helped to provide the treatment courts, which of course are a great program for us. So it is still going for this treatment type modality where it's helping people and trying to get people's lives back in shape, instead of just obviously the punitive effort.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Can I ask a question? George, this might be a better question for Jill or Director Felposh, but the 20,000-ish money that we have coming in from marijuana this year, that was from one operating dispensary in the city, or how many do we have currently operating?
Yeah, so we have 2, but I believe that was for 1. But we also have a situation where it's the whole state's revenue aggregated and then it's divided up. So what we have to look at is, as there are more of these, how much more revenue will come in versus a dividing of existing revenue. So I think it really is just not known. I think in the future we will be getting more money, but how much more, I think, is going to take time to see, to see what that's going to look like.
Mm-hmm. I think I kind of, again, echoing something that Councilmember Bacon touched on. I certainly find our drug courts to be absolutely worthy. I did have a chance to sit in on the graduation ceremony this afternoon for about 15 minutes before I had to run away. And it's always extremely moving to watch those ceremonies. It's very clear that our court staff, especially Judge Larkin, really develops a very personal relationship with the people who come through that court. And it's very special to watch those moments. I really, just as we move forward with all of our different policing reforms, I think the guiding principle for me, as I think about what we want to accomplish in terms of reform, is to mitigate harm. We don't want our officers to interact with someone in a way that creates a cascade of harmful reactions, which a drug conviction certainly has had that effect for people over the years. A conviction that then makes it difficult to get a job, that results in fines that escalate, and really compounding a charge that was essentially nonviolent and really only harming themselves. And so creating a framework where we can pull those people out of the damaging cycle of drug abuse and really give them a second chance and the tools to really kind of take their life back in hand is just an incredible opportunity. And I always feel very moved when I have a chance to watch those ceremonies. I do, sorry, almost done with the seasonal dying thing, but still not quite under control yet. So, you know, I've got no problem with the drug court part of this. I kind of have an issue with the after school programming part of it. I really would like to see, I'd really like to see our marijuana dollars being very specifically targeted towards creating, undoing the impact, the negative impact of the illegalization of marijuana. And although again, very worthy to create a childcare situation for people who desperately need it, I'm not sure that this is the best way to fund it. I would really like to see this money going towards some of the disequities that were created by the illegalization of marijuana. So I'm not sure where that leaves us in terms of the suggested ordinance that's attached to this. I think that, yeah, just with the idea that this is kind of an increasing pool of money, I think back, I came up to public service through the Parks and Recreation Department, and it really just like one of the things that has been really incredible for Michigan in terms of making sure that we have funding for our Parks and Recreation departments is our DNR trust fund. Back in the 70s, some people had this crazy idea of taking all of our oil and gas revenues and then dedicating them to improving our natural spaces in a way that kind of directly took something that could have a negative environmental impact and really dedicated it to a fund which now generates, you know, East Lansing has benefited from several of these $300,000 grants that are given out every year to the tune of millions of dollars that's reinvested in our natural communities across the state. I would love to see something honestly like that in terms of the marijuana money. I would love to see it put into some sort of endowment that can just, you know, really generate money that will keep giving back to communities, just because the war on drugs has been so terrible. I don't see anything happening like that at the state level, but I feel like we can kind of be true to the spirit of that as this money comes into our community. So drug court, absolutely, yes, amazing program. Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Evans. The rest of it, not quite so sure that that's exactly what we should be doing with it.
Yeah, and City Manager, I'll go to you 1 second. I just wanted to respond to something. So, you know, my first question in regards to this money was, do we have any outstanding fines, costs, or anybody that's still indigent on costs related to marijuana within the city? Because that was, I mean, I agree with both Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Bacon that my goal originally really was to put this money towards, you know, not only folks that are badly affected by drug use, but also the war on drugs. And the truth is that you know, through city programming, and I think it's great that we're doing an expungement fair here as well, and we're doing obviously some advocacy on the state level. I don't know the best way to do that on the local level, and that is just the truth. And so if there are suggestions, I am more than willing to hear about them, and that's why it's on the agenda tonight. And the truth is that, you know, the use of these funds for the after school care program really was, you know, of course that might not fall directly into that. I think indirectly there's something to be said about youth programming and you know, rates of use and, you know, how you get into different environments. But the bigger point being, if there are suggestions for it, I'm very, very down to hear it. Because that's what my goal originally set out to be. I think that the fund that would be established here to make sure that we're not putting folks into further harm due to a charge is a good thing, and that does more directly address it. But again, I'm more than happy to hear ideas on different uses, and I respect both of your guys' opinions on it, and I share the same opinion. Councilmember Babcock. Oh, sorry, city manager and then Councilmember Babcock.
Councilmember Babcock, and then I'll put my
Okay, Councilmember Babcock.
Thank you. Yesterday, Jesse and I had the opportunity to speak with some folks from All Saints Church, the Reverend Kit Carlson, and some of her congregants, and they made a very good argument for what we came up with was perhaps using the marijuana money for housing. At least that was one idea. They made a very good argument for taking a more aggressive stance on addressing the housing disparities that have existed in this town for decades, and while not in a more subtle fashion continue to this day. And we all know it. I mean, we know the deed restrictions exist. We know that they can't be enforced now, but we also know that we have a very white community, and that a lot of that is, of course, legacy. I would like to consider using some of this for housing rather than before and after care, which I also think is valuable, but I think that we should find that perhaps elsewhere in the budget. I think Ms. Evans knows that I probably filled her prevention courts when I was a court-appointed attorney, and I'm a huge fan of the sobriety courts, the alternative sentencing, and I saw remarkable changes in people just when they'd get admitted to it, let alone how they came out at the end of the process. And nothing, that is what we're out to do, right? We're out to transform people's lives in the best way possible. So I always tell my clients, my goal for you is that you never see me again in the best of all possible ways. And sobriety court, veterans court, drug courts, all accomplish that better than anything else I've seen. So, but back to the marijuana money, the treatment courts definitely, and addressing housing, but we all know there's no short or immediate answer for that. I certainly don't have one. But studying that option is something I'd like to pursue. Thank you.
City manager.
Yeah, I just wanted to jump in quickly at Mayor Pro Tem's points. You know, we did think a lot about trying to resolve or get the money to the right amount of money and not having it where it's an abundance that piles up and can't be put to use. So that was the one thing in coming up with the $14,000. When you look at the childcare, you know, we're looking at programs that we can implement that can make a difference in people's lives quickly. So if we get to something on housing and funds have to build up and we don't have that particular area of expertise, how would we do it? What sort of programs we would look at? How long would it take money to build up? Whereas childcare is something that if someone is a single parent, if someone is trying to work jobs, if someone is trying to, you know, make a living, to be able to have affordable childcare for before and after care available to them can immediately help someone provide relief to them so they can help to better their situation directly. And that's something we can implement because we have the program in place and we have the systems in place. So by August, we could be spending money and actually helping people who are lower moderate income to better their financial situation. So I think, and of course, these are people who have children, so it's working families, working individual parents. So that was the thought, is that something that is the right thing, a doable thing at this point, and it can get out to people quickly, as opposed to a program that takes us in a different direction that we don't have the background expertise, infrastructure in place for, which would just be longer to be able to do it.
Yeah, so, and maybe Councilmember Babcock, you're gonna answer my question when I throw it back to you, but Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Babcock, what type of housing program would you imagine? I mean, I agree, housing disparities is a huge issue in the city. So what would that look like?
I think that this is the initial.
I'm gonna go to Councilmember Babcock first because she has her hand raised.
Okay.
Well, it's, sorry, the rest of my life is on fire on a different screen. I'm just trying to ignore it. It work. All right, work. Housing in Detroit, a whole different matter. Anyway, well, we have our new housing consultant, and something that we're hoping will come out of that is a mechanism to create more family-driven, non-student driven housing in East Lansing. I think that would be the first place to look. I don't really understand the urgency for spending this by August. I mean, if we have a good program, that's an urgency for spending it, but simply to spend it by August, I don't really grasp. I'm just not familiar with the people who use the before and after care. Are they, do they tend to be city employees? Do they tend to be, I mean, what is the makeup of that group? Is it overwhelmingly Caucasian? There are a lot of there's many unanswered questions there as there would be for housing, but we have this housing study. We're going to learn a lot more, and it would be kind of silly to have a housing study, ask them what we should do, and then say, gosh, those are great ideas, but we spent the money on something else because we wanted to spend it by August. So I'll hand it over to the Mayor Pro Tem.
So we're talking about $6,000 here, right? That's left over after if we did put 14 towards the drug court.
It'd be.
We're not talking about great riches here. We're talking about
$9,000 a year.
One more time, City Manager.
9,000, probably $9,000 or $9,500 a year.
So we did have a very interesting conversation. Councilmember Babcock and I were invited to talk to some folks from the faith community, as she just mentioned. And I think that the impetus for that conversation was really tied in with the idea of unredlining, that we at one point in our history as a city specifically created policies to keep out undesirable people, which was, code for Black people. And that in order to undo that, we are going to have to very specifically create policies and programs to undo the damage that was done there. And that one of the ways to do that is to create a very hardy assistance program to kind of essentially invite people into our community. The funds that would be needed to create a down payment assistance program that would be substantial enough to make a headway in that goal are incredible, just because our property values are pretty incredible. So I think, this was one conversation that was the beginning of a further conversation. And I think that convening a committee or a community, essentially kind of town hall to talk about it and invite as many different stakeholders as possible in to discuss how we might be able as a community to create kind of a reverse, like I don't know what's the opposite of red, a blue lining, so I don't think there's anything like anything that is an established plan that could be funded at this point, other than possibly putting that balance into other down payment assistance program that we already have in this budget. It's also, unless something very radically changes in terms of marijuana law in the state of Michigan, we are going to have a pool of marijuana taxes coming into the city every year until, essentially the law changes. So I would say indefinitely at this point, unless something changes at the state level and they change the way that they're allocating that tax. So I don't think there's any pressure to necessarily spend the money. There's also no really reason to save it because it's, I don't know, like, I don't like taking in tax money and then not spending it unless there's a reason to not spend it. Yep. So that was a really long way of saying, I don't know.
No, I think I kind of understand what you're saying, but I wanted to hand it over to City Manager, and then Wendy Longpre as well raised her hand. But what I'm thinking I'm getting at, and maybe I'm taking it a step further, is, I mean, I would love to see if it's, if it's a down payment assistance program for folks that previously couldn't buy a home in East Lansing, right? I don't know the legality of that. I don't know our ability to do something like that, but I mean, that'd be cool. I mean, that would be a direct step that we could take to try and erase some of the harm that we have instituted in our city before. I think that's a great idea. I don't know how we would implement it, but I think that's a great idea. Wendy, and then Councilmember Babcock, do you still have your hand up to speak, or was there? Okay, I'm going to hand it over to Ms. Longpre and then City Manager.
I just think that the answer to about the makeup of the B&A program looks a whole lot like the makeup of the school district. We have a very diverse school district, and usually it's all the participants from the school district that make up our B&A program. So I think that's generally who it would be, but we could probably get data on what the makeup looks like.
Okay.
Thank you, Council. This is Wendy Longpre. My title is Assistant Director, though you can feel free to call me Wendy.
Great.
And I use the pronouns her and she. There's one particular point that I wanted to make, and that is when you look at Parks and Recreation and before and after school, and you start talking about prevention, that's where a lot of prevention takes place. You don't have children going home to empty homes if they're in a before and after school program. You don't have children hanging out at, well, no longer the street corner, but hanging out in areas where they'd be exposed to risky behavior. You have them participating in a camp or in theater or in recreation programs and services. So I hear what the council is saying, and I think those are all very good points, but I did want to make sure to call out the importance of keeping young people engaged when you're talking about prevention and sort of trying to get at children before there's issues. So we are able to provide any additional information that you would like about the programs. We can get you participation information as well as demographic information, whatever levels we keep. And then if there's anything else, I'd be happy to do my best to answer those questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I know that our before and after school care programs sell out every year and that there's not enough spaces in terms of the demand within the district. And I was wondering if that's just a pure first come, first serve situation, or if there's some sort of other application process.
There is an application process, but it is also first come, first serve. You do have to, there is an application fee of $50 per family. And that is one of the things we discussed about using these funds for is waiving those fees. If there is already a sibling in the program, then the sibling sort of moves to the front of the line when it comes to the first come, first serve situation. Part of what drives that is the physical space of the program. The amount of children that we can house in any given space that's provided to us in the schools is limited by square footage and the state regulations regarding childcare. So that's part of the challenge. One of the reasons we were really excited about these particular fees or these particular funds is, as was mentioned earlier, the CDBG funds are very limited by income levels, and the federal income levels are really quite restrictive. And so one of the things that we had discussed is a way to use these funds to provide assistance to families that maybe aren't typically super low income, but are still struggling. And so there really isn't a funding source for those families or those children at this point in time.
Thank you, Wendy. Thanks, Wendy. Are there any other questions, comments on this? Please feel free to just chime in. Go ahead, Councilmember Wilson.
Well, I was wondering about the demographics of the the group of 50 people that were served in 2019.
For the court?
Yeah, please.
Okay. Nicole, would you have that information available to you?
No. Our case management system doesn't quite work that way. I will see, Councilmember Watson, I will see what I can pull together with regards to those 52 cases.
Yeah, and follow up via email after the fact would be more than appropriate.
And so this is me for discussion. So I do see the benefits of funding the Parks and Rec groups, and just kind of to Wendy's points, and also when you look statistically at a child's ability to participate in sports or recreational activities and how that positively impacts their choices. So I do see space for that. It is hard for me to stand behind anything that does not intentionally connect what happened when marijuana was illegal for Black and brown people and what's going on now. And so I think about, as some people have talked about, like the housing, but how do we build wealth for Black and brown people? And I also think about, for this, we're offering something through our drug courts. Can we also offer something to our residents who are in a different court system? Just, is that a possibility? Just thinking out loud. I was excited to hear about the expungement that might be happening, or to hear more about that day. It was something that was on my list. Again, that direct connection to how marijuana's legalization has impacted Black and brown people, and how, just again, overall for our city, as we've discussed, how we presented barriers for folks who were Black and brown to not be a part of this city, to not move here, to not work here, to not afford here. And so, especially because it's the marijuana dollars, and as you all know, I've given the businesses a harder time who want to move into our city about equity and what they're doing to right the wrongs, to use our marijuana money for anything else is difficult for me to consider.
I hear that. And based on where most council members have indicated at this point, I will just say that the conversation regarding housing, I think, is very, very beneficial. Again, I'm not super familiar with the legality, but I think that that's a great pitch. If we were able to institute a down payment assistance program or a rental assistance program for folks that might have previously been discriminated against via our own, neighborhood covenants, and utilize funds from this to do it, I think that would be great. I think that would be a real intentional step in the right direction to address some of these issues before. Although I just don't know the legitimacy of that. Is that where I'm hearing folks want to go? Because fully respecting the opinions of everybody here, but this money is there. There is a resolution here. And I want to try and get to a place where we have something that might be passable. I'm hearing support, obviously, for the first aspect of this, not necessarily the second. And so is this something that the council wants to pass the first aspect of it and say, we'll discuss how to utilize funds more in the future? Or is it something that the council wants to have staff look into the legality of a program like that and maybe bring it back next week if we have time? What's the...
Mayor, I don't know if we can have something available for council in such a short time period.
So then the conversation really would be, do we want to pass the first part of this and then leave the extra money as unallocated at this point for further discussion at the council level?
We're, just to clarify, we're not voting on this tonight, right?
No, we are not.
Okay. I would be comfortable with that. I absolutely hear Councilmember Watson's point about needing to be very deliberate about this. I think assigning a portion of it to that drug court this year does not, require that we do so next year if we take more time to craft a more thoughtful way of applying this. And in the meantime, it does a considerable amount of good. So I am comfortable with that, kind of voting on the one part and leaving the rest of it in, essentially unspent. I'm okay sitting on $9,000 that we don't know what to do with.
Okay. Other council members? Yeah, go ahead, Councilor Babcock.
Thank you. I would agree with the Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you.
Great. Councilor Watson or Bacon, do you have thoughts on?
Yeah, kind of proceed in that manner, and then we'll determine the second phase over $14,001 or whatever. That can be separated.
Okay. That is a majority, so Councilor Watson, if you don't want to speak to the subject, you don't have to, but. Okay. All right. Great. Then I think that we have a path going forward. City Manager, I'll work with you to maybe edit the draft resolution before our next council meeting. Nicole, thank you for being with us. Wendy, thank you for being with us. And I just want to give I haven't done this formally, but I do believe that it was Chief Judge Larkin's last session today, if I'm not mistaken. I just wanted to thank her for many, many years of service to this community. And given what I've experienced at previous graduation ceremonies, of course, unfortunately, because of the search today, I wasn't able to attend the one earlier. But just how big of an impact she has had on our community, and especially the clients that have come through our court system. So I just want to give a big appreciation for all the work that she's put in her service to the community. So, all right. Thank you very much for being, sorry.
Did we talk about, when we were talking about the CDBG funding, did we talk about the possibility of moving B to the CDBG funding, or was that not really, what we talked about?
B, so it was, I'm going to hand this over to Wendy because she mentioned it just a little bit about the income requirements on the federal level. But I think, and I am paraphrasing here, the big issue is that, and this is an issue overall, is that federal income levels, they only reach a certain degree, and there are always folks that are struggling that are above that line. And so this is where it would really be helpful there.
Okay, I remember. Thank you.
Yep.
Still trying to find that B way alone.
Yep. No, all good. All righty. That'll end this discussion. So it is 9:18. Before we get into our next item, which I imagine will take a little bit of time, let's take a 10-minute break and reconvene at 9:28, if that is all right with folks. All right. Jesse has the cough.
Significantly improved unless I try to talk.
It's a good thing your job doesn't require much of that.
Exactly. I should just sit quietly, but I always have so many questions. No, it's much better. I'm through the first course of steroids. I have a rescue inhaler. I only had to use it once yesterday. Other than the fact that there was like a new pollen drift in my neighborhood, I think I'll survive.
I'm here.
Great. Councilmember Bacon, are you with us?
Yep.
All righty. It is 9:28. We will move on to our next item, which is discussion of the fiscal year 2022 police budget. I'll hand this over to the city manager, Mr. Lahanas.
Sorry, I was muted. Let me start over. Thank you, Mayor. So obviously, council had requested a discussion of the police budget. There's a couple of things I'd like to just provide a brief overview on, because as we present the police budget for fiscal year 22, it is the budget that probably has changed the most since fiscal year 21. When we presented fiscal year 21, it looked quite a bit different. As council recalls, when we came into July of last year, council had requested that we provide a recommendation on what the police department could do in terms of looking differently in terms of an enforcement posture. We proposed a police realignment at that point. You would recall that we had 54 sworn officers in the city of East Lansing. We proposed at that point a reduction of about 10% of the officers, going to 49 officers, and then using the funding essentially to create positions that had a non-enforcement or sort of proactive services or assistance to people. And we recommended two different areas there. One was social workers, having master's level social workers who could assist people who are in crisis, assist people who need assistance, assist people after they've had a trauma, lots of different situations that you could have a use for social workers, which is sort of an up and coming thing in police work, and I think is a pretty exciting approach to providing a different level of service as a police department. And we also came up with the neighborhood resource specialists, which we believe provided opportunities sort of between a PACE officer and a police officer to provide assistance on a range of issues where you would not necessarily, where you wanted a uniform presence, but not necessarily a police officer, an armed officer that needed to respond. So we made those recommendations. Council adopted that and told us to move forward. Over the next 6 months, we sought to hiring those positions, training those positions, and putting them into the department. We also, through attrition, reduced the police department size. So through natural attrition, we did not lay anybody off. And here we sit with about 4 or 5 months behind us of a new operation in terms of our realignment, in terms of the non-enforcement positions, and also a little bit of a smaller department in terms of officers. At this point, we've also made another significant change to our department's budget, which is, East Lansing has a lot of variabilities in terms of its police overtime and our policing needs because of the presence of the university. Whether it's game day, whether it's Final Four activities, we need to have additional police officers available to provide public safety in the downtown and near neighborhoods. Because of that variability, we basically try to reduce to the fullest extent possible what we thought we could do in terms of overtime. And we cut the overtime budget from about $480,000 to about $380,000 this year. So we've made some significant changes in terms of realignment, reducing the numbers of officers through attrition, adding this proactive non-enforcement component, and also reducing the overtime for the coming year. And I believe those are all changes that are positive. And we look forward to having them move forward with a regular year in terms of students being back in full force in the fall. With that, I can turn it back over to council to see what specific questions you have for us. Obviously, we have Chief Johnson, who's available to answer questions, and Jill Feldposh as well, and myself.
Great. This was an item that was, of course, initiated by council, having further discussion on the issue. So I will open this up to council members to ask questions of Chief Johnson. And Chief, I am calling you Chief Johnson right now, but what are your pronouns, preferred name, and title to be referred to for the rest of the meeting?
Good evening, Council and Mayor. I appreciate the respect that you want to generate, but you can call me anything you want to call me. You can call me Kim or he, or just don't call me late for dinner. That's all. So
appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chief. All right, I will open this up to members of council. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I have some questions, just mostly out of curiosity, just what some of the line items mean. I'm cognizant of the fact that my voice has been really heard a lot in this meeting, and I'm happy to step back and let somebody else talk if they've got something more pertinent, because mine is mostly curiosity.
You are the Mayor Pro Tem. You are allowed to be curious.
Well, yeah, it's my defining personality characteristic. So do you mind if I just kind of shout some out and you can let me know what they are if you
We've
have
got
more?
Jay here and Chief and myself, and we'll do our best.
Okay. Inmate reimbursement charges. What is that? It's under charges for services.
I believe it's when other jurisdictions house people with our chief, or is it from cost recovery from the court? Which one is that? Do you know?
I think there's Jill there. She can probably grab that a little bit better.
It's from the court. It's charges assessed by the court or the judges, and then that comes to the city.
So that would be people that have come in who aren't necessarily people who are being held here, but have come in for a trial.
I would have to defer to Nicole because I don't know the details of who could be assessed those fees.
I think what it is that people
Those fees come from the court.
Yeah, I think it's people can be assessed fees for being housed in the jail. In certain situations, a judge can impose those costs.
Okay.
But it's not that typical, or it's not done, as you can tell from the amount of money, it's not that significant.
Got it.
My understanding, but we can also confirm that as well.
Okay. And then under operating costs, some of these are obviously pretty clear, like uniforms and clothing, bulletproof vests, right? But use of force supplies, what are use of force supplies?
Basically, Mayor Pro Tem, is our firearms, our ammunition, and things for our training purposes. For the most part, we are required to train minimum once a year, but we actually have 4 times a year of training. And the ammunition costs have gone up and things like that. So those are our use of force. And of course, some other things we use for our defensive tactics and for our other stuff that we need for just for training purposes. When it comes to the weapons that we use, yeah.
So putting that in my head terms, that's like if our police officer goes to practice on a firing range, that would be the bullets that they use in that.
That's correct.
When they go to do, okay.
That's correct.
And then civil disorder supplies, similarly, I'm assuming, but.
Yep, that's very true. We have to replace, it just depends on the year. And we have body armor that we use for civil disorders. And also sometimes our tear gas munitions, they have shelf life. And we tend to try and replace them in a sequence where we always have supplies on hand that's valid and that has not expired. So those are things that we have to budget in throughout the cycle of about 4 or 5 years of shelf life of some munitions.
It's curious to me that like our laundry services are significantly more expensive than some of our other services. I don't know, it just kind of stood out to me. Obviously, we want you guys to have clean things.
We know it's the same thing. We use, we use Barry Armor's cleaners, and sometimes we're a little stuck with that. And it's a contract thing that's in the employee's contract that we take care of laundry services, and so we of course pick up that cost.
Okay, I think those were my primary ones. I kind of feel like some of the discourse around the use of tear gas, I feel like tear gas is kind of coming on the inhumane side of enforcement tactics. And I'm wondering if we could kind of address whether or not that is how our department should be responding. And maybe that's not something that we should keep on hand. So just not like vetoing anything or line iteming anything, but I would like to open up that conversation about is tear gas actually humane, and is that how we should be controlling things?
Yeah,
I know we don't deploy it very often, but
that is correct, and we actually deploy it at last resort. That is the last resort, and that's after we have declared a riot. That's after we losing buildings and fires and things like that. People in front of us and shouting and calling us names and stuff like that. That's our job. We deal with that, and that's what we are get paid to do. But when people are losing windows and people are getting hurt with bottles and rocks, and we keep telling them to go away and go away and go away, after a point in time, it's my decision to say they're not going away. If people are still losing property or people getting hurt, we have to get them dispersed. So we give them ample opportunity. Our dynamics have changed a little bit in our city. And so, we are looking at, we call them small squad tactics, just because our downtown area has changed over the years. Back in the 1980s, we launched, and we're just being in discussion period here only, but we launched a ton of tear gas in the 80s, and things were open, things were, it's just, the downtown was different. Now that we have 55 and older people living in their apartments and the high rises, and the downtown, the businesses are trying to make a living and things of that nature. And so we had a situation back on Halloween where we didn't use any tear gas, but some couches went on fire. We didn't lose any windows or anything like that. A couple of rocks and bottles were thrown, but we were able to move in and maneuver and get people away from the downtown, away from those burning couches. And we did it very successfully. And so we are extremely gun shy when it comes to that, just because of the tear gas and its after effects. But we have come up with different tactics, and they are working so far. And we're going to keep going on that path.
Yeah, I would agree with the mayor.
Yeah, that was all my questions. I'm good to pass off to someone else.
Yeah, I just wanted to give a quick comment on the tear gas discussion. I would agree in general, and I don't necessarily know what the alternative is. Maybe that's something that we have the Police Oversight Commission, when it's put in place, look into. But in general, the use of tear gas, and I don't think this is. I mean, maybe it's more talked about now, but I don't think this is a new phenomenon to really analyze what that use is, what it does to people, and then the effectiveness of it. I think that we had this conversation during the DO discussion on disorderly conduct, and even, manipulating or utilizing, what should be a gathering control agent to even cause further harm. So I just, I don't necessarily know what the effectiveness of it is. And maybe it's honestly even putting something in place that, dictates the use of it. That has a higher level of even discretion, right? Where a city manager or a mayor has to sign off on the use of it in dire situations. It's just, I know that situations get hectic, and I'm no expert in this, but I generally am under the opinion that the use of tear gas shouldn't be acceptable. And we have utilized different tactics over the past few years without use of that. And so if we can move away from using it, I think that's a good thing. I don't really know what that looks like or what the alternatives are. Maybe that's a conversation for Police Oversight Commission. But
no, actually, Mayor, you're right online. When I used to run all of our special operations from the year 2000 to 2012, and I was actually in charge of all of our Final Four operations for those 12 years. And before we launched any tear gas back then, we actually were in contact with the city manager at the time, telling him what was going on, things like that. And in the past, the mayor, other council members were in our emergency operations center, and they're seeing what's transpiring. They're watching our videos and things like that. And they have always been aware. When I was doing it back before I left the first time, they were always knew what was going on, and it would continue going forward. We don't. Those are tough decisions, and so I'm not going to be the only one making that decision. So when you're looking at those kind of destruction and injuries and things like that, people in our EOC are seeing what's going on. We have a concerted effort of making those decisions. So you're right on, and I totally agree. It's at least under my watch, that's not going to happen without a little more approval over my head.
Yep, I appreciate that. I'll go to Councilmember Babcock and just like to state, in our city, I don't want to see the use of tear gas, but of course that's a privileged point of view. So I understand that, but I want to get to that point. Councilmember Babcock. You are muted, by the way. Apologies.
Thank you. The Mayor Pro Tem asked some of my questions. Another one I had was the special response team supplies. What are those and why are they doubling?
Why are they? I'm sorry.
We have a line for special response team supplies, and it's jumping from 5,000 to 10,000.
Oh, and that's part of the. We have special response team is we are part of a county-wide special response team. And this team deals with barricaded gunmen when we have to not hostage negotiation and things of that nature. That we are part of this team. It could be very effective. We have a active shooter or things like that. We don't use it very often, thank goodness. But for us to participate, for us to use them in a case of emergency, we have to contribute to our to the team. So we have 4 employees on the team, and they're changing their ballistic vest to a little bit more stopping power, because they found that some of these vests are expiring, and the vest they were going towards it can stop a little bit more penetration of stronger bullets. So that costs, we have to purchase I think 2 of those new vests for those team members.
Director Feldpash, did you have something on that? Apologize, Councilor Rebecca.
I was just going to add that account line has fluctuated from year to year. So I'll just give you a little bit more history. In 2017, we spent around $7,200. 2018, we spent about $14,000. And in 2019, we spent about $10,500. So I can't speak for why those fluctuations have occurred, but I'm guessing it has to do with different kinds of supplies needed in different years. So I just wanted to add that information.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We also have a separate line for bulletproof vests, however.
And yes, and those are for our officers. All of our officers wear a ballistic vest when they're working. And we actually had gone to an exterior carrier. And so we have to, you probably see a little different how our officers look, but those exterior carriers are extremely important for us because it keeps those body cameras much more secure on their bodies. So that part of it, and also it's just a wear and tear. Those have shelf life also. So we have to replace them. We have close to 49 officers. And so we have to replace them on a basis also when it comes to replacing when they expire. I think that's at the 5 years also, a rolling expiration.
So that, if I may, that leads me to another question. What happens when an officer does not wear or does not deploy the bulletproof, or does not wear or deploy the body cam?
When they are required to use the body cam when they're on calls and traffic stops and things like that. And then when it's if they don't do it intentionally or whatever else, it's a policy violation that we deal with those policy violations when they are supposed to do it, and when they don't do it, that's a violation of the policy. And we have I'm sorry.
Has that happened in the past year since you've been chief?
It has happened. We've had some incidents. We had a couple of body cameras that were turned on, but they were actually covered up with like raincoats and things like that. They actually activated it. Our policy says that, some of our policies are a little vague with that when it comes to the body camera itself. We got 2 policies actually. One deals with the body camera, and one deals with the cameras in the vehicles. So we're working on our accreditation standpoint, and in our accreditation, we're reviewing all of our policies, and we're going to link those up and make sure that all of our employees are following policies a little more accurately, because there's 2 different things that we found in our workings, that some of that there's some little gray area there.
Okay, because so last year we expended the 10,000, and so now we're going to purchase more of those, right? I believe that was last summer. The council, 3 of us anyway, were part of that decision.
Okay. Yeah, so you're talking about there's 2 different things. Then the external carriers are just a canvas-like carrier jacket vest. There's the bulletproof vest, which actually has the pieces that go inside the vest. So I think there's also some different components there. I don't know, Chief, is there a schedule of replacement for those? And I know we got the external carriers, but then there's plates and things that are done separately to that, right?
Yeah, that's true. I think looks like we had it's like 10,000. I'm not sure. Like last year, it may have been 11,000. I think it may have dropped a little bit with that. It's just the rotation replacement cost on the actual officers in their vests and things like that. And the carrier, I'm not too sure if the carrier is a line item. Jill would know that. The carriers are a line item or not, or does it fall into that particular line item with the vest itself?
I'm looking at line 7235, bulletproof vests.
Right, but I'm not too sure if the carrier fell under that or not.
I believe that the only thing in 7235 is the vest itself,
Okay.
not any kind of accessories, which
Okay.
I call the carrier an
Yep.
accessory. I mean, just the vest itself is what's recorded there.
Yeah.
I will also add that the city has, since I've been here, participated in bulletproof vest grant program through the Department of Justice. So some of this money is recovered through that grant. So I believe they will cover 1/2 of the cost up to a certain amount each year, and that amount has varied from year to year.
Councilmember Babcock, do you mind if I ask a follow-up on something that you asked earlier?
Please.
Chief Johnson, so we did expend an amount of money, and we had this conversation last summer in regards to body cameras falling off, magnetic versus external. I want to make sure our policy on that is as ironclad as it can be. It's not acceptable at this point in the game, especially while this conversation has been happening for the past year, for that not to be turned on and not to be effective, whether it's extra training or a more stringent policy that needs to be put in place. Because if we're in a position next year where we have any situations where, oh, there was a raincoat over, or, oh, the button didn't work, or the battery wasn't charged, I don't want to hear it. Because it's at this point, my perception as a council member at the time last year was, okay, it's the equipment, right? If we have an equipment issue, then that's on us, and we need to do something about it. And we take that action, you take that step, you give people all the tools that they need to be effective. We need to be effective. And so I don't know what Councilmember Babcock was directly getting into, but as another council member, I just want to express that to you as clearly as I possibly can, that I want a zero incident the next time we have this conversation. So
we did express last year that the external carriers are not foolproof, and you're right, that there has to be a policy on that, because the jacket being closed is something that can be fixed. So that's something that should be fixed with a policy, that they should make sure that the jacket is open. So,
right. And I fully understand that that there are situations in which it's not the officer's fault, right? So a camera gets ripped off by an individual, or there's an external force. But what I'm talking about is on our end, and the things that we can control, this can't happen.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I agree, Mayor. I agree.
Go ahead, Councilmember Babcock.
Thank you. I guess I risk sounding like my parents with back to school clothing, but if you insisted on having it, we expect you to wear it. So they had a zero tolerance policy for if you changed your mind about your favorite color. But in all seriousness, we know they wear vests. We know they wear raincoats. I share the mayor's frustration. What do we have to do to get the vests with the body cams on the outside of the raincoat or not obstructed? And that's just a rhetorical question for now. And I want to skip back to something else. So the use of force supplies, I've been manically Googling here on one of my many screens. And I do see that ammo supplies have gone up. Non-gun sites are hard to find on this issue, but it doesn't look like they've gone up 150%. And surely all we're buying there is not just ammo for training. What else are we buying when we've gone from 29,000 to almost 54,000? What else are we buying now? And why do we need it?
I don't have that in front of me, council member. I can get back to you on that one. Reference. I was looking at the other budget reference. I was looking at the 21 budget, and looking at mine, I thought it was about the same, but I may be looking at something else that Jill maybe have something to answer from.
Director Feldpush.
So in 2020, we had a contract in place for upgrading the tasers or replacing the tasers. and it was a 5-year contract. So fiscal year 21 was the first year of that. Fiscal year 22 is the second year. And that is $23,660 of that line item. And then there is $24,000 for ammunition, range supplies, gun maintenance, and parts. So that's more in line with that 2020 amount of $29,000.
Thank you, Director Philbosh.
I think it's a 5-year contract also on that taser, Jill. Is that correct?
That's correct. So this coming year will be year 2 of 5.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, I confess my ignorance. I didn't realize we were so dramatically increasing the budget by upgrading the tasers. And I wish I had thought to ask these questions then, because it might have affected my vote. I think this council has been absolutely clear that we want de-escalation. And while I thank you for your explanation of these numbers, I don't see de-escalation in this budget, and I am disappointed. Again, last summer, the council as it existed then, with one prescient dissent, decided that the bulletproof vests would not be the fix-all that we had hoped. And sadly, they have not been the fix-all we have hoped. Council has really limited options here. We have 2 employees, the city attorney and the city manager, and then we have the budget. And when we speak policy and when we ask and make requests and resolutions and conversations, if we don't feel we're being heard, there's only one way to respond, and that's through the budget. And I've got some thinking to do, because I very much appreciate the candor and the answers, but I was where the mayor was last year, which is like, okay, this is our fault. We have not set clear policies. We have not given the right equipment. I'm not so sure that we're the problem anymore. That's putting it diplomatically. And quite frankly, if we can only speak in 2 ways, and the only one applicable to the day-to-day government is the budget, I think we need to make some changes to this budget, or at least this part of it. One last question, however, what is the percentage of the police budget in the general fund?
Let me do some quick math and I'll get back to you on that.
Thank you.
Just under 25%, probably. It's 22%, 23% of the general fund budget, but that's a rough number. But I would mention, Councilmember Babcock, that we did hear loud and clear in July that you wanted to have a realignment, and that has happened within 6 months of council requesting that and approving that. We have eliminated the 5 positions that were supposed to be eliminated, and we have added the 6 positions of non-enforcement, social workers and neighborhood resource specialists. So those positions were decreased and increased exactly along the lines that council approved and we discussed last July. So I think it happened pretty quickly that we did exactly what council wanted, and they're fully integrated into the operation at this point and being used like we said they would be.
Great. Yeah, go ahead, Councilmember Babcock, please.
And I thank you for that. We've accomplished that step. However, that was never the entirety of our intended changes to the police department. And that has happened, and that has been positive, and the community is appreciative, and I think the council is appreciative. I am certainly appreciative. But we still have a long way to go, and I feel like other things that we have tried to communicate in the past year have fallen on deaf ears. And I can't pull up off the top of my head where I read this, but I read somewhere that a police department should not exceed 5% of a general fund. I'll pull that back and maybe we can have a longer discussion about that next week. But I don't see any change in operation in the way this budget is structured. And the budget tells a story. The budget tells a story, it's a narrative, it's a description of who we are and who we want to be. It's not just with apologies to a former, or to a, with apologies to the Mayor Pro Tem, it's not just a bunch of boring numbers. Sometimes it is, but this one's not. And this one has led me to really question what the goals of the department are and whether the council as a policy-making body and as the budgeting body has been adequately heard and respected. Thank you.
Thanks. Do you mind if I respond to council members? Mind if I chime in here? So I'm gonna agree with you and push back on one thing. I do think this budget reflects a change, and the change that I would just note is about a 10% reduction in those officers. And just to speak to history, you know, in previous years before really the realignment and the new direction that this council put out, we were talking about how do you increase those numbers? How do you get more sworn officers onto the force? We were looking at how do you get to levels that we were at in, you know, in decades ago, right? And so I think the reduction is a good, and I agree with you, it's a step, right? And what I'm talking about here is not this is an overall solution, but I do think that this is at least reflective of part of the change. And I think a previous caller noted that as well. And I think that the adaptation of our social workers and our neighborhood resource folks is a good step in the right direction. And I also think that it does signify you putting your money where your mouth is. And I think that a lot of people, you know, truthfully, and I won't speak to individual cities, but, you know, cities have said, yes, we're gonna go do this, and then they've hired one person, right, externally, or they've put money into training, right, but they haven't put money into staff time. And I think that we have done that. Granted, it's a first step, right, and I fully agree with that, but I think it's a good first step. And I would actually request that how long have our social workers and neighborhood resource specialists been on staff at this point?
Since December 1st, basically.
Hey, at some point during the summer, what I would really like to see is a presentation, and maybe it's from Officer Park, or maybe it's from Chief, you or the city manager, on the effectiveness of this program so far. I think that's especially important as we're moving into the fall too, and it's especially important to note how COVID affected their role and what they are looking to do as we transition out. Because again, I think, as Councilmember Babcock and several other people have stated, this is a step, right? And so if there are ways that we can adapt, if there are ways that we can increase, if there are ways that we can reimagine, I think that what we did was really a pilot program, and the pilot program had to work. And you know, and I'm more than happy to adjust in the future, but I think we put a good investment into it, and I'm more than happy to expand if we need to. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, sir.
What I was going to say is the money in terms of overtime, is that something that goes directly back into the general fund? Are we still looking at the same amount that we were last year? Is this, can you give me a little bit of perspective of those dollars?
Yeah, so it was $480,000 in fiscal year 21. It's $380,000 now, so it's a $100,000 reduction. That was part of the budget saving to get to a flat budget to present to council. So there isn't $100,000 sitting somewhere else.
Yes.
Just that money was reduced as we were looking for reductions across the board. I had the similar conversation with a council member this week about the fact that there's additional money coming in the future from the American Recovery Act, and the fact that, well, this is going to be all newfound money. In a sense, there's new money because it's money we don't have right now, but we did reduce a lot of things to get the budget to balance, and that was primarily in the area of projects, infrastructure, stuff that we would need, turnout gear for fire department, you know, everything from a generator in the fire department that has extended its useful life, ventilation systems. I mean, there's so many things that we are not funding that we did to get to a balanced flat budget that money would be replacing. So that was part of that reduction. That $100,000 is getting to a number we thought we could live within in terms of overtime. So that's the reduction.
All right. And I just like to make mention that, of course, we're, you know, budgeted from 54 to 49, diverting those funds towards some of the non-enforcement tactics. I also think we need to really, really think about diverting some of the money, albeit minimal amounts compared to the overall budget, towards DE&I. I think that when we talk about DE&I, we really do need to talk about it as a department, And especially as the Police Oversight Commission comes online, the work of the HRC continues, and it continues to expand into different avenues, not just hosting meetings, but also doing external work with forums and folks that require a little bit of extra staff time. That could be the next avenue that we talk about. And I think that that kind of investment also signifies to the community and others that that's where our priorities are. And so I don't really know what that looks like right now, but I'd like to maybe have that conversation with staff on, you know, if we're going to be diverting funds into non-enforcement roles, maybe that's in direct to DE&I, so we can try to bolster that department for the future. I know that Councilmember Watson had something, but I'll go to the chief and then city manager.
Just to follow up on that, Mayor, reference that if you look on a line item budget, we have a $25,000 when it comes to training. Mm-hmm. And we find ourselves really running out of money towards the end of the year. And our captain, who oversees that training budget, he's telling me I can't send different people to different type of training because we don't have any more money in that line item. And so he's been asking me already that we got to do something with that training budget because there's things out there that we want to send our people to, and we haven't been able to do that. Some of it's we're not necessarily some DEI, our crisis intervention teams that we try and get people to, which are a little expensive. But it's just we have to wait until after July 1 to start sending people because our money's already run out. And so that's one of these areas that is something that I take, it's something for us to be mindful of. And I appreciate you thinking about that concept. But I'm out of training money already.
So, and Mayor, one other thing I'd mention about the cost of the training. So there's actually also kind of a hidden cost for the DEI training that we're embarking on starting in June and July and going through the next year, which is that we will be training all of our staff, a significant training. I think it's 6 days per staff or 5 days per staff. And that will be on shift or using to cover shifts or using overtime to cover people so that they can go to the training. So there is a much more significant investment in the initial contract with Truth and Titus, and that is for the staff to attend the trainings. And that's going to be shared amongst all the departments as people commit the time. So the training will be provided, and we have to have the staff there in the seats during paid time to participate, and that'll be across the board. So there is a very significant training component built into the departments that will cover the cost for attending those trainings.
Okay. I'm going to go to Councilmember Watson and then Councilmember Babcock.
Okay, so I'm looking at my budgeting book, and under public safety, it shows the police, the fire, building permits, and housing licenses. And then I'm also going to my pretty circles of the colors that show that 22% goes to public safety for budget request for 2022. And then on another page, this one is page 1, because those Roman numerals are a little difficult for me. But page 1, again, public safety, it talks about 41% for head counts and like employees. And so my final page that I want to point out is page 5 under the general fund, where again, public safety, police operations, and it mentions 11 million. That's a huge percentage to not be included in budgeting sessions without request. And I think that our community needed time to look at the budget and ask questions, just as we were for parking and other things that made it to the budgeting sessions, but the police budget didn't. And it's such a large representation. And so in the future, I really hope this can be included in budgeting sessions, similar to other things that we were allowed to take moments and long periods of time to discuss and ask questions and get presentations on.
Thank you, Councilmember Watson. And I'd just like to state, so what we've done in the past is have general fund as one of our budget work sessions, but I will agree with you, Councilmember Watson. The general fund as a discussion is a huge discussion, and we tend to actually wrap that into also the income tax fund and some other things that are really, really important. And then, of course, you have this day where, of course, we've indicated that this was something that we wanted to look into a little bit further. But for the next budget cycle, and unfortunately, you guys will be there without me. I do think that there might be a conversation around, even breaking the general fund up into a couple of days to address more specifically individual funds within, because that might yield to maybe a better understanding of those funds, and not just for public safety, of course, but for everything that the general fund encompasses. But I agree with you, Councilmember Watson, on that. I will go to Councilmember Babcock. Oh, sorry, Chief, go, and then Councilmember Babcock.
So go ahead. Thank you, Mayor. On that, in that presentation this summer that we have ready for you, reference the social workers and the neighborhood resource specialists. I would also respectfully request a few minutes of your time to talk about our problem-solving kits that we're doing right now. We call them blue kits in the House, and some of the things that have come up with council and with other things. We have learned back in the 90s when we had 67 police officers, this system worked. Now I'm dealing with community policing with only 49 police officers, but our officers are doing a great job of changing their mentality from a warrior mentality to more of a guardian mentality. And these problem-solving kits and some of these things are actually addressing things from a multi-angle standpoint. And all the departments are chipping in to help us. So it'd be nice to talk about that. The motorcycle issue is one of our problem-solving kits that's we're working on that. But it's just a little further discussion to see what we're doing with the city's money. And I think the community will want to hear some of the stuff that we're doing too.
Great. Councilmember Babcock, go ahead.
I think that would be genuinely very interesting. A question, when was the last time the police department assessed the proper size of staffing? We've gone from 54 to 49. How do we know that's the right number? When was the last time we took a hard look at that?
It hasn't. Oh, go ahead.
I can just jump in before because it predates when you were here, because Chief was a short-termer with us because he got so I believe it was probably 4 years ago, and then 2 years before that we did time studies showing committed time, how much allocated time, how much time is sent to somebody, how much they can initiate themselves, and then the free time is, that was determined to be how much committed time our officers have. So Chief, is there a better answer that you can add to that?
No, and we just did just a small one with our supervisors back in December, and we're going to get a presentation from our lieutenant this Thursday at a presentation dealing with our unobligated time, how much time we have unobligated that we can do other things with. And just by some of the raw numbers, our unobligated time has gone down because of the cost of service and things like that. And so it's becoming difficult for what I'm asking them to do on top of the other stuff that we're doing. Their unobligated time is shrinking. And so it was a quick 1 month thing, but it's something that it's always a good idea to take a look at, as we're going forward. That's a good question.
Go ahead.
Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilmember Bacon.
Because it came up, this idea of unobligated time, one of my personal hopes in creating this kind of alternate division, this unarmed and social service division within the police department, is that we can kind of start to look at the unallocated time by task and make sure that we have the right people responding to the right situations and that the staffing levels are right in all of those different departments. So, when we have a violent encounter at a party with multiple shots fired into a crowded room, then I want to make sure that our officers are free to respond to that efficiently and, fully trained and fully ready to confront a violent situation. But if we have officers who are, whose training is more towards violent encounters, responding to other types of calls, that would actually be better served by the social workers. And I do understand it's going to take a while to kind of, for everyone to sort of figure out who's working together and who gets dispatched and all of that stuff. We have tasked a lot of new things in your department, and I'm sure that you're still, kind of getting used to it. But as we track that unallocated time or that allocated time, my hope is not to cut your staffing down to an absolute shoestring, but to create a staffing level where people have time within their days to think innovatively, to build partnerships within the department, right? We don't need to have every single second accounted for, because we know that's not how people do their best work. So we want to just make sure that, you know, is it going to be appropriate to reduce an armed officer position and increase another neighborhood resource officer? Maybe not, maybe so. It depends on what kind of calls are coming in and who's responding to them. So I'm excited to hear that you guys are tracking that, because I think that's one of the things that we're going to really need to look at in terms of, is this change successful? So yeah, just wanted to get that into the conversation.
All right. Councilmember Bacon and then Councilmember Babcock.
Yeah, just kind of keeping in mind our commitments to anti-racism, and this is not particularly directed at the police budget, but 6.1, 6.2, 6.3, just as a brander and someone who does this stuff, I feel like none of these three things fully pass through an equity lens at any point. I feel like it's put on the back end, and then we go, did it address? We're not saying let's address X and then addressing it. That happened through this community development block grant. Everything is, it's a little frustrating. It's a little frustrating. The disparate impact and the stuff that's happened around policing has been very specific, but there's no real specific redress in any of this stuff or real urgency around this. But the redress, it's specific, and none of this stuff specifically addresses where the alt is. It's just and it's why I've called for expansion of what our DEI department looks like in other areas, and we got to raise the level of this stuff. This is like marketing that comes out with no one of that group in the room. So I'm confused with our focus specifically, and we're saying we have this DE&I focus and doing all these things. Maybe it has, and this doesn't have to be addressed here on this forum. It doesn't feel like any of it's passed through that prism to me. That's all. That's not a question.
Okay.
Councilmember Babcock.
Thank you. Well, something you said, Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Bacon, has me thinking, and Chief, I appreciate that you feel you're coming up short for training. We are going to have pretty soon an oversight board, and as one of our previous callers, or a review component, and it's been discussed that that's independent, that it's important, it's important that that's independent from the police department. Putting those pieces together, I would like to float the idea of creating a DEI department, a full department, and in that department, having them support the Review Commission, the Human Rights Commission, I'm thinking off the top of my head, and perhaps also all of the training that everybody does. So that all of our training would be done with an eye of the equity lens, but also the person I have in mind for this department would be, of course, our current DEI person, who has shown incredible versatility and incredible understanding of many different roles in the city. I don't know what the dollar amount would be or what the staffing would be, but I see an opportunity to move some money within the general fund that could make that happen. Is that something we'd like to discuss tonight or perhaps next week, Mr. Mayor?
So this isn't in regards necessarily directly to the police budget, but yes, this would be a good forum to discuss it, especially considering we'd be passing a budget next week, and it would be important that staff has time to adjust. Mayor Pro Tem and the city manager.
I certainly see the value in increasing our DEI offerings, so to speak. I see kind of a big problem with quadrupling the size of Elaine Hardy's department without discussing it with her. I feel like, you know, I don't know. That doesn't, if I feel weird talking about giving people hugely expanded responsibility when they're not part of the discussion. I also don't know how she's currently planning, you know, what, I don't know. I just, I think it's a very valuable discussion. I also am a little bit leery of lumping all training and responsibility into one department when I really feel like it should be integrated across the city in each department. I kind of feel like moving it into one person's sphere of responsibility kind of feels like we're removing responsibility from our other department heads when really they have to be part of that. So I do think it's valuable. I think that we certainly, to Councilmember Bacon's point, you know, we have made a commitment to equity, and we do seem to be falling short in this discussion. But yeah, I'm not 100% sure about inflicting a whole bunch of staff on Ms. Hardy without her contributions to the discussion. So,
City Manager.
Yeah, I'd also like to be able to make a recommendation on this. We haven't heard from the study committee yet on what they want to see. We heard that earlier, that we would wait until they have a recommendation to see exactly what sort of staffing we would require here. I wouldn't want to add staff without knowing that we have the need and what they would be actually doing. But certainly to make a recommendation, I don't see this as something we need to resolve by next week because we don't exactly know what we need in terms of staffing, but it's easily something that we could do through a budget amendment in the summer and come back and add that at that point. And of course, we'll know more about the recovery funds as well, but even still, if it's a priority, we figure out a way to fund it, so.
Councilmember Babcock.
Well, my great concern is that it won't be a priority. To be perfectly blunt, that's my concern.
I'll tell you, based on the conversation so far and based on the initial conversations from the Police Oversight Commission, as well as being somebody that served on the HRC and hearing from some of the work that the HRC has done, I do believe that we're going to be in a place where if we want the DEI role to be in the room during those discussions, and as Councilmember Bacon said, right, during kind of all of the discussions, right, we want to approach things from a DEI lens, right, in every single conversation. It's probably going to be a little bit more difficult for one individual to push that. However, to the Mayor Pro Tem's point, I want to get the input from staff that are actually doing the work to make sure that we're doing it intentionally and we're doing it in the right way. But I will say it is my priority to make this a department, right, not a role. And it is my priority. And I had a great conversation with Councilmember Bacon about this once, really to solidify this role far beyond what this council is, far beyond what the current administrator, you know, who the current administrator is, to say that the city of East Lansing is making this a priority for us in the future. And it will continue to be a priority long after all of us are gone and long after, you know, staff changes happen. So I'm more than happy to make this a priority for me, but I would say that the people that I would be willing to hear for most on allocation of funds would be the staff that's actually doing the work. So that's where I'm coming from on that. Again, council members, this is a free discussion. We are kind of moving into 6.5 here, but I'm more than happy to facilitate this.
Well, I just wanted to say along the lines of the DEI expansion that just I agree that it would be great to hear from Elaine and how it's been going, what's been successful and what's worked great, what she would like to see more of, how she sees stuff going forward. So definitely like her input will be very valuable and very helpful as we continue to be progressive in this.
Yeah, go ahead, Councilmember Bacon.
Yeah, I think primarily the challenge is even from staff and everyone, what I would expect from a DEI group, I need some dissent. I feel like I'm getting things, they're coming too clean to me. I need the dissent on the why not of different things. And I don't feel like it's coming to us in a way where we're getting good dissent on how we got to that conclusion. And that's where that diversity lens is not coming through. Just having this be my first process going through it, it's coming through really well packaged. And by that point, it's kind of, it's very difficult once that there needs to be more conversations on the front end. So those things are injected. They're hard to inject on the back end. So,
yeah, I mean, I'll give you some perspective. I mean, while we're sitting here thinking about this, you know, we just asked the police chief, or at least I just asked the police chief to have a presentation on the social workers and neighborhood resource folks, right? In my head, I'm thinking, okay, is this a successful program? Is this something we need to change? Is this something we need to expand? Right? That's the same conversation that I'm having in my head regarding DEI, right? And so, you know, if maybe it's a presentation at a discussion only meeting to talk about what's been successful, what hasn't been successful, you know, where we've fallen short, where we haven't, you know, hit the mark, and where we really, really have, right? And why that extra, you know, funds are needed. You know, I think the dissent comes from necessity, right? And what I want to make sure that we're doing is we're not just pushing money into an area to pat ourselves on the back. But what we're doing is we're pushing money into an area because it'll be, one, useful, and two, will be utilized in the exact way that this council wants it to be from an equity lens. And so I think that, you know, I understand where you're coming from on this, but I think we're all on the same page here. It's the difficulty is, how do we do it right? Right. And that's kind of the constant conversation, is how do we do it correctly?
Yeah. Yes, to address your point. I think it's an issue of right sizing and not being reactionary. None of this stuff can be done in a reactionary form because it loses its impact. It's a little bit different. It's similar to, we're talking about bulletproof vests or whatever else. They're preventative. It's a preventative measure. It allows for things that puts an equivalent voice in the room and moves the discussion in specific ways. That's clearly what's not happening. At this point, I'll just leave it there.
Okay. City manager.
So just to mention, I think it's, you know, important obviously to assess the effectiveness of something, but when we look at DEI, we started the position last summer, and then we also added the Truth and Titus training contract, which is, you know, the signature investment in terms of cultural realignment of the organization. And then unfortunately, as we know with council, we started, and then we had to close down in-person activities, and that obviously put everything on hold. So I think it would be, you know, useful to be able to see how the summer goes and how the initiative, you know, starts to pick up steam once we're actually back in the office 2 weeks from now. So this has been an extremely disruptive, you know, last year in which to try to do something different and initiate and then be able to assess it, because for the past 7 months, we've been working virtually, and we're not an organization that was geared to working virtually. So that has been, you know, a bit of a disruption for us. And I think that in the coming months, and, you know, as we move this initiative forward, we're going to be able to say much better how this has gone, and hopefully be able to show the improvement we're looking for.
Councilmember Babcock.
Thank you. Well, that sort of highlights one of my concerns, is that, you know, a few hours ago, we're talking about spending money by August. And now when we're talking about diversity, we're talking about, understandably, maybe waiting a week, maybe hearing more. Then we'll have the conversation in mid-June about the social workers. Well, then we'll see how Truth and Titus plays out in December? And that's where credibility starts to break down. It's already seems, this conversation alone, it seems to have been sort of rolled back and softballed, and we've got the budget in front of us now. I understand we can't do everything tonight, but I don't see the value in waiting until Truth and Titus ends. You know, there will always be something else to wait for. And at some point, we just can't continue to wait.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Counterpoint to Lisa, I absolutely see the value in waiting until Truth and Titus is done. The whole point of bringing them in is a cultural realignment. I think we need to do one step and then the next step, as opposed to just throwing things at it from all sides. I think we need to get through the one training that we've committed to, see where that puts us, identify the next most effective thing that we can do, pursue that with the same commitment that we did to Truth and Titus, which unfortunately COVID has really derailed that, and we are not as where we wanted to be. But I really prefer to do things in an orderly fashion. I think, we've committed to one very intense training that we have not had any chance to actually get through yet. And committing another chunk of money to another thing when we don't know what we're going to look like coming out of that training. I see your point, Lisa. I understand that you want accountability and you want, to kind of like continue forward pressure. But I think just putting money into things without some very careful thought is not the right way to do that. I'm sorry.
Councilmember Babcock, then Councilmember Bacon.
Well, I assure you I've given it a lot of thought, but I was thinking today, if I was the parent of a teenage daughter or son who was of color 2 or 3 years ago, I would have been nervous about them driving around after hours. And I think we can all agree that that's true. 15 months ago, I would have been in a blind panic. And if I were that parent and I were looking up and I was looking at this council, I'd be saying, but what have they actually done? The kid is in the same position. And for the public, we can't ask them to wait forever. I've thought of little else, frankly, for the past few weeks than the police department and its budget. I would like to think of other things. I wish this wasn't a preoccupation, but I feel it needs to be. And yes, I believe in spending money wisely and approaching things in a methodical fashion, but it's really important we not get caught up in our own process and forget the urgency that's out there for many people every day. Thank you.
Councilmember Bacon, go ahead.
Yeah, the tricky part about this, and I know everyone's making really valid points, and this definitely doesn't apply to police anymore, so I apologize to Chief Johnson. It's very difficult. This is preemptive. It's like the pandemic response thing. It's like you can't try to come to full level. Anything that's going to be good is going to have directorship and vision and a full focus on which direction it's going to go. And also, you can't come to, if it's in response to something else, then it's a weak position. It's a weak hand. It could be the next incident, not necessarily public service or anything else, but the next incident or thing that occurs with the city. And yes, around the Truth and Titus alignment, there's issues around housing. There's issues around, we're still working through police perception. There's a dozen things that are DE&I issues in East Lansing that, I mean, if you're in, I want to throw the card, like if you're not acutely aware of those specific issues, you should ask. But there, it's not just a cultural alignment with it. I consider our DE&I department attempting to realign our city in its alignment to how we're perceived. So there's a broader initiative that needs to happen. And if we want to attract the things that we want to attract and do those types of things. So that's how I understand the internal motor, but I've always envisioned it a little bit larger than that, because we have a perception problem as well as an internal culture thing that probably can be resolved through training and that kind of thing. So it's twofold in my mind, and maybe I'm viewing it the wrong way. So
No, if I could ask a very direct question, what are we talking about here in terms of a budget? Because what we're talking about is well, let's not wait, let's do things now. What are we proposing? Either, yeah. Anyway, I mean, because from my perspective, what I, and you can please feel free to tell me that I'm wrong here. From my perspective, what I would love to see is a staff recommendation that's from our city manager and our DEI administrator right now on the work that's been done so far and necessity for extra staff and necessity for extra resources in the coming future. And the point on the oversight committee, I think, is valid. Not getting that feedback back, I'm making an assumption right now and saying that administrator is going to be involved in that commission. Now I'm making an assumption based on previous conversations at that commission, but it's still an assumption because we still don't have the formal document, right? But I think that, you know, based on conversations with that commission, we can make, you know, that plug now and say that that's going to be something that they are acutely involved in, as well as HRC roles, as well as Truth and Titus, as well as, you know, maybe even involved in several other departments in terms of equity and what we're doing and it's policy, you know, creation or it's recommending to the council. But if we want to move forward now, then that would be the best avenue, I think, to go, is to get a recommendation from staff and from the person that's doing the work right now on what other resources do they need. Go ahead, Councilmember Babcock.
I agree. I did some back of envelope sketches and came up with $175,000, $150,000 for programming and staffing, but I don't have the sort of internal knowledge that the city manager or DEI person would have. I would make a motion to move that tonight, but let's hold out and see. However, you know, I can't say this enough, and I know the council agrees with me on this, but I want to be clear that this is not something to slow roll or roll back. This is, if we are going to wait, it's still going to happen.
Okay. Would folks agree with that methodology going forward and maybe hearing a recommendation from staff at our next meeting? I'm getting head nods. So, and I want to be cognizant of folks' time. It is 10:30 at this point. Do we have any further questions for the chief in regards to the police budget? And city manager, I see that you're.
No, I'm just ready to move wherever council needs. So if you want to continue the discussion or go to the next item, we're ready.
All righty. I will move to the next item. Thank you, everybody, for your time, and I appreciate Director Feldposh and Chief Johnson answering your questions. Our next item is discussion of Local Development Finance Authority, LDFA, and review of fiscal year 2022 budget. This is Thomas Fehrenbach, Director of Planning, Building, and Development. Mr. Fehrenbach, sorry, what are your pronouns, name, and title that you would prefer to be referred to?
I go by he and him, and my name is, you can just call me Tom. That's fine. And thank you for taking the time this evening. I'm going to go ahead and try to share my screen here. And I'm going to give you just a brief history of the LDFA and then just an overview of the fiscal year 2022 budget. Okay. The LDFA is a regional entity, and it's comprised of membership from the City of East Lansing, the City of Lansing, Ingham County, and Michigan State University. It does have a TIF plan in force with districts in East Lansing and Lansing, and a mission, which is really all about fostering technology-based jobs and investment and supporting entrepreneurship in the region. In East Lansing, the district is essentially downtown west of Collingwood, and then northeast of Bogue in the area known as the East Village. And in Lansing, the district is mostly comprised of the University Corporate Research Park properties between Collins Road and US 127. The effort really started in 2005 with the partnership between East Lansing, Lansing, and Ingham County. And of course, today this also includes Michigan State University. The TIF plan for 15 years was adopted in 2006. And then in 2007, really our Downtown Development Authority was instrumental in establishing a business incubator known as the TIC, the Technology and Innovation Center, by providing funding and staffing with support from the City of East Lansing. It was built out as an adaptive reuse of the third floor of the former Jacobson's department store, former Barnes and Noble there at 325 East Grand River. In 2010, the city helped to recruit Michigan State University's translational research, tech transfer, and entrepreneurial services also to this building, which was an important step to co-locate all those services with the entrepreneurship that is taking place and the support of it that's taking place. And in 2014, the Lansing Economic Area Partnership, LEAP, was certainly instrumental in securing $750,000. And that funding came from both the MEDC and Michigan State University, and was used to essentially remove the debt burden from the DDA, and ultimately then transferred the assets and operational responsibilities to the local development financing authority, LDFA. Ultimately, LEAP has managed the LDFA operations, and the MSU Foundation has ultimately taken responsibility for the lease at the TIC. And subsequently, the foundation, the venture capital arm, the Red Cedar Ventures, have also established offices in the same building. So most, if not all, of the entrepreneurial support services and functions of the university are now located in East Lansing in 325 East Grand River. So in terms of the TIF plan, it does allow for the capture of 50% of tax increment from school mills in the East Lansing portion. It is important to note that the funds actually still remain available to the school through state reimbursement. In terms of how they're used, the funds are really used to support operations of the TIC and the LDFA, and to support entrepreneurial programs and services. The tax increment that materialized over the first dozen years or so of this plan was actually very small, and most of the programs and services provided were managed through grants and or in partnership with LEAP, with MSU, and with other organizations. But due to recent growth in downtown East Lansing in particular, the LDFA now has an opportunity to expand its effort to really build on the foundation that's been created over the past dozen or so years. And ultimately, there is an effort underway by the LDFA to request ultimately an extension of the TIF plan with both the cities of East Lansing, and also including a portion of Meridian Township. And that would be a request for a 5-year extension. And that I think we would expect to see that come to council sometime this fall. But in terms of the fiscal year 2022 budget, there is $406,000 available in revenue this year. After that is basically an adjusted number after a nominal fee by the city, and also an adjustment for potential changes to taxable values that may occur of 5%. As I mentioned, this increase, along with the existing fund balance, is anticipated to be used to enhance the programs and services offered by the LDFA, most of which will be focused on and available in downtown East Lansing. In terms of the budget itself, I mentioned it's a regional entity. We will be seeking council's approval of that budget, similar to other component units, on the 25th, May 25th. Technically, this step should have been taken by both the cities of East Lansing and Lansing in past years, per the agreement that ultimately established the LDFA. So once it came to our attention, we thought it best to bring it to you, but also I thought it'd be a good opportunity to explain to you a little bit of the background and give you an idea of what may be ahead in terms of a request for the extension. So that is my presentation for the evening, and I'd be happy to take any questions that you have.
Folks on the council have any questions for Mr. Fehrenbach? Mayor Pro Tem, did you have something? Sorry.
I serve on the LDFA board, so I actually know all this stuff already. And I can also, if anybody needs any depth that Tom's not able to provide, well, that would be impossible because Tom knows everything that I know better, but I'm happy to lend my perspective. I guess I would call the path of the smart zone so far to be rocky, I would say. They had the poor situation of declaring this TIF district right before a gigantic property crash. And so there really has not been any increment. The value has never really gained over the initial taxable value until just the last couple of years. And I think, to me, the most significant part of it is that it is the only part of the taxes that is being captured is the school district taxes, which are backfilled by the state, which, it is a TIF format, but functionally that makes this kind of a very roundabout type of state aid for business development. I think that in a post-COVID world, especially as MSU is kind of adapting to new ways of doing business, as East Lansing is kind of trying to figure out what our business climate looks like without maybe as many office users as we used to have. I do think that there is a lot of value to be had in a dedicated fund for business incubation. And I think that we do have an opportunity with this. So I'm kind of excited to see where it goes. I feel like we've had sort of I just joined this board a couple of months ago, but the LDFA in general has had kind of a trying period of seeing what works, and they've had a chance to get some of the kinks worked out. And now we have some funding to move forward, and it actually could be a very exciting thing to have happening downtown, especially when we're really sort of trying to reimagine our relationship with our downtown businesses. So.
Absolutely. Mr. Fehrenbach, if you wouldn't mind kind of talking to me a little bit more about the new staff support. I know that you mentioned, briefly kind of the role and what that would look like, but from like a day-to-day operations kind of standpoint, I think that it's a good addition, but maybe a little bit more context.
So I think, that's still to be determined. I think if this budget passes, we are in the process of working together across the LDFA and including members from Lansing, MSU, and City of East Lansing to develop what the staff role would be specifically. But I think that there's general consensus that this role would be focused on producing events and other support services, and really have a passion for becoming a bridge between the entrepreneurship that's happening at the TIC and the downtown environment. So really understanding how to make an environment more attractive to entrepreneurship in our downtown, and ultimately the greater Lansing area as well. But really the focus on kind of using downtown as a place that really translates the ideas of entrepreneurship and then also focuses on kind of the business intelligence and that's going to be necessary to understand our market and understand where we need support, and then developing services and programs that will meet those needs. There's a lot going on at the TIC in terms of support services, but there's also some gaps that exist, and I think that there's an effort to really identify what those gaps are, and this staff would be critical in sort of developing the systems to address those.
Okay.
Sorry, I feel like I'm rambling a bit, but hopefully that.
No, but I mean, it's a regional board, but this is also money that is directly, siphoned from, our own district. And so I think it's important that, we do have that kind of investment here. So yeah, just hearing a little bit more about the role and understanding that talent retention and entrepreneurship is something that definitely we could do better on in this city and certainly throughout the region. I like the idea. Of course, that's a regional thing, and a lot of other folks are going to have their say on it. But at least on my end, as one member of a council in one part of the municipality, I think it's cool. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Just want to piggyback on Tom's comment. I think to me, one of the big kind of gray areas that has been not addressed as directly over the last 15 years of this is taking businesses from an incubator into a essentially fledgling status, where they have kind of a sub-incubator status where we kind of help them locate so that we're not losing these businesses either to failure or to moving into a different city. So I think having a staff person directly related with kind of identifying the needs of the businesses and then kind of helping them create the relationship with whatever property owner they might eventually move into. Either maybe it'll be their own property, maybe it will be, ideally that's what would happen, is the people would be developing their businesses within the district, and that would kind of feed the district. But that has not happened, but potentially might in the future. So anyway, incubating, but also fledging new businesses, to
Great.
strain a metaphor.
Any other questions or comments, Mr. Fehrenbach? This is something that we're not voting on obviously today, but we will see at next week's meeting as well.
Just to piggyback off the previous conversation, I just want to add the context that the LDFA is really concerned about equity. There's numbers we've been tracking in terms of who is receiving the support services. And I think there's some fairly promising numbers, but I think as we develop the resources a little bit further, now that we have some resources, I think we're going to be able to apply those and broaden sort of the reach that we have.
Councilmember Watson, I apologize. Did you have something?
Oh, no, sorry. Thanks for mentioning that, Tom. Thanks for saying that and letting us know. Do you guys have a website, LDFA? Is there a website?
Yeah, so it's currently managed by LEAP. So it's under peerlansing.com. And then if you go to, I'm sure it has a slash something. I could certainly send that to you. I could send a link.
Thanks. And this is good for searches. And the group meets monthly or?
We meet quarterly. Okay. As a matter of course, and then there's special meetings when necessary.
Okay.
And of course, our whole function was disrupted by COVID, just like everything else.
Yep, definitely. And my last question is just like, who else is on the board or on the LFDA?
Sure. So there are 3 members from East Lansing, and that is Mayor Pro Tem Greg, Luke Hackney, who also serves on the DDA and several other positions for the city, and then myself as a representative of the city. There's 3 members from the city of Lansing. There's 1 member from Ingham County, and there's 2 members from MSU. Currently, the MSU Foundation and the MSU entrepreneurship folks are represented.
Great. Any other questions, comments on this item? All right, going once, going twice. All right, thank you very much, Tom, for being with us and presenting. We will see you, I assume, next week. Alrighty, the next item on our agenda is 6.5, review a draft resolution regarding the fiscal year 2022 budget tax rate and fee schedule. this is Jill Feldpash, our finance director, and I apologize I didn't get to ask before, but what is your preferred name, pronoun, or title that you'd like to be referred to in this council meeting?
She, her, and hers, and I am fine. The informal of Jill. If you prefer to be more formal, I'm fine with that too.
All right, I appreciate it.
Okay, so tonight, I want to be concise that it's, it's almost 11. So I want to be cognizant of the time. My intention was to walk through the document so you understand what you will be approving compared to what the preliminary budget document. If you don't want me to do that, I'm just here to answer questions. So I guess you let me know what your preference is.
If folks want a full walkthrough of the document, that is more than appropriate, and please feel free to chime up. But what I would like to do, just because it is 11 and this is our last meeting before we actually approve our budget, is just give a plug for council members that this is the time to bring things up, definitely, for our budget, possibly changing things in the future. If you get to the point of next week, of course, you can still make a motion to amend and still, bring up items at that point. But at that point, we'd be looking to approve. And so having those items really fully sorted out is something that's helpful. And of course, this is just advice. As one council member, you can do obviously whatever you want. Everybody is elected here and has an equal say. But this is a good opportunity to kind of put in those last minute or those last things that you want to see in our budget, or maybe even get more information on. Mayor Pro Tem.
I have one fussy thing, which is that in the fee schedule under the primetime seniors, it lists coffee with Representative Singh, and that should be Representative Brixey, assuming that she still does those coffee things because Mr. Singh is no longer in that position. And then one thing that I just want to bring up that is something that has kind of rubbed me the wrong way, and it's not actually pertinent this year because it is because our aquatic center is closed. But one of the things that really stuck with me when we went through the income tax stuff, when we were just really digging into everything, was the fact that our aquatic center is like basically one of our only services that is supported much more from out of our town than it is by our residents. And I think it's like basically a third and 2/3. And so when we have our fees set, I do see that there is sense in having a higher fee for out of town residents, but in the case of that specific facility, I really feel like we're balancing our budget on people who are coming in. And I'm just guessing because our median income is higher than our neighbors, that means that we are directly impacting people who can afford it less. So my preference, and I have no authority, don't serve on the Parks Board, I have nothing. I would just like to see that one facility be a flat fee for everybody so that we're, our residents are paying a little bit more and then our visitors from out of town are paying a little bit less. In the case of that one, it just makes me feel real bad that we're balancing our budget on the backs of people who can't necessarily afford it as much as we can. So otherwise, I do understand that our fees are primarily set as a as a recovery service, and I didn't have any other comments on anything in here.
Jill, did you have a comment on that, or you can speak to the fee in general, or I can gauge council on support of that?
So I think if we were going to have a rebalancing of the fee, we'd have to go back and look at the cost of the operation. So we would probably have to lower it. We'd have to lower it for people who weren't residents and raise it for people who are residents, because there's an operation to the facility that we want to recover during the year. And I wouldn't want to just lower it from the non-resident to resident, because then we wouldn't recover sufficient funds to run the
No, I was suggesting a flat fee for everyone, that everyone would pay the same fee. I think when I looked at this a while ago, which I actually think was before I was elected, ours was 6 and the out of town was 10 and the difference was 8. And that just struck me as very significant, since that was the fee that Hawk Island was using for their snow hill, which like seems to be a similar type of facility, right? And I was like, oh, that's what it costs to run a facility where you have guards and like equipment, $8 a person. So in this case, I think it would be more like 9, or maybe it would be 8. I don't know. I'm not asking anybody to knee jerk anything. We've got a year to look at it because the aquatic center is not going to be open. I just wanted to put it into the conversation. So
we understand and we can look at it. It actually will be, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Councilmember Babcock.
Thank you. I would like a walkthrough, but I realize that we're all flagging. And so if there's no other support for that on council, perhaps I can connect with Ms. Feldposh. I know you're extremely busy in the next week, but perhaps we can find a time where I can pull out selected questions. I see the fatigue in everyone's eyes. So
do we want to just do to that point, this is important, Councilmember Babcock. Do we want to just do a quick overview? And then if you want to dig deeper into questions, but just give Jill a chance to give a quick overview, maybe that would help everybody. Would that help at all? Or
yeah, I think that'd be great.
Okay, I'm interested, but I know some of you have kids to get up in the morning, and including Ms. Feldposh. So that's anyway. Thank you.
Okay, so you all have the preliminary budget document, right? Which is very detailed. I mean, it's not as detailed as a line item, but it's detailed. It has the explanations inside of it. Then take that budget document and take any of your feedback and recommendations, and we roll it into this budget, tax rate, and fee schedule resolution. So this is the formal document that you'll be asked to vote on. As the mayor said, you can make changes next week. It is sometimes difficult for us to make those last second changes because we still have to approve a balanced budget. So I will just say generally, if we have last minute decisions to increase expenditures, we most likely will just say we're reappropriating fund balance, or we're going to use fund balance for that. Sometimes it may have another impact, and we'll try to explain that at the meeting. But that's some of those intricacies of the budget and how it's very entwined with other things. So again, if you have any recommendations or thoughts tonight, I would love to hear them. But we will do our best next week as well. So also next week, you will get a memo that says, from the preliminary budget document to this document, the resolution, here is what has changed. So we'll tell you what amounts have changed, and we will tell you what fees have changed from the preliminary budget document. So you'll kind of have a concise comparison. That's the word I'm looking for. Okay, in the actual resolution, we have section 1. Section 1 is the appropriations, which means the expenditures. So it's sorted by fund. So general fund starts, and then it's broken down by general government, public safety, public works, culture and rec, etc. And each of the funds will be broken out into those broad categories. You'll notice some of that same language throughout the preliminary budget document, specifically the general fund, like page 5, it breaks it out by those categories. So if you're trying to see what makes up public safety or public works, you can go to page 5 of the preliminary budget document and you can see what's made up, what makes that up. One other thing I will note is you will not see the CDBG fund, Community Development Block Grant Fund, in this document because you approve that separately as a separate item. So that's not in this document, which is slightly different from the preliminary budget document. Moving on to section 2, which is on page 4 of the resolution. This is the revenue side. So again, broken down by fund, broken down by major category. Here's how we are funding the expenditures or the appropriations. I will note when we're using fund balance, for example, under the major street fund, you will see a line item called other financing sources, reappropriated fund equity. So that means we're using fund balance or we're using reserves. So if you don't see that line, that means we don't plan to use reserves for that fund. Moving on to section 3, 4, and 5. This all has to do with the property taxes. So it breaks out all the property tax rates, the operating, the solid waste, the library, also the DDA, and also the administration fee, penalties, and the like that fall under the Property Tax Act. Basically gives us the authorization to assess those. Section 6 talks about budget amendments, what needs to be done, what requires a budget amendment. Section 7 is the free parking days. So right now it's just the holidays. So those are free parking in the downtown. And so basically it supersedes the fee schedule. And then finally, Section 8 is the fee schedule. So very similar to what you saw in the preliminary budget document, but it's just the 1 year. It's just the proposed rates for fiscal year 22 instead of the 5-year comparison. So that is many of the pages. So I guess that kind of lays out the different sections. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have more in any certain section.
And I will open that up. I do have one that I mentioned in my council member comments. I would love to see a staff recommendation on a work permit for downtown parking structures, whether that's in a specific lot or not. If that's something that needs to, I know that we have a parking task force that's been discussing this thoroughly. So if the parking administrator wants to hold off on that and discuss it at a further date, that's okay. But I'd like to hear a rationale behind why I think that our parking rates are in line with, surrounding areas. But at the same time, I think we do want to encourage the folks that work in downtown to also utilize those lots. And we've had an underutilization of our parking system in the past. And so I would like to see a staff recommendation on a lesser cost for folks that work in the downtown to get a parking permit. And if that happens by next week, that would be wonderful. But if it requires a further conversation because the parking task force wants to bring it up, that's also okay. I'd just like to hear a response on that directly. And Councilmember Watson, I know that you had something on moped.
Thanks. So I was actually, while you were presenting, Jill, and I was seeing the free parking holidays, something else came to mind. And it is, what would it look like if our free parking holidays included a Jewish holiday and a Muslim holiday, I don't know, the first day of Ramadan or something. But what would that look like if we were more inclusive and didn't just have Christmas Eve and Christmas Day offered? So the parking fees, let me get to my page. Yep, it's A-26, that's the appendix. When the moped permit fee was presented to us, the person said that the fee was along the lines of what MSU charges. But I looked up MSU's rates and it looks like they charge $50 for the year. And I don't know, did I misread something or not? And 180 is high. It's a lot to charge a person that might not be using their moped the entire year, might not be here the entire year. And so I guess I'll stick with my first part. If MSU is charging $50 annually, I think we should charge $50 too.
Okay. And this is the first year that we're proposing a moped permit, correct, Director Felpash?
That's correct. I believe the parking task force had talked about this. And I'm sorry, I don't know like the backstory of how they got to 180. So I can't really answer that question, but yes, it is the first year that it's proposed.
Okay. So what would be great is maybe a follow-up, and this can be in, a Q&A form similar to our last item on here, maybe the rationale behind the number. But at this point, I would support Councilmember Watson and her desire to reduce that down to the rate that MSU is charging at this point.
And I'm also council liaison for parking task force. And so I luckily was there that day that we had the quarterly meeting, and it was something that was brought up and that was briefly discussed, but I feel like as much as we could talk about it, like we did talk about it, the meeting started moving very quickly and needed to end after a period of time, but I feel like I got the background on the moped permit.
All right. Was there other support on council for reducing that fee?
I'm great with the idea of moving it to be in line with MSU if we can verify what they're charging.
Okay.
That would be
Mr. Fehrenbach, sorry.
Thank you. My understanding is that there was the intent to align the fee, so we'll double check and see. I don't know if they're charging on maybe a semester basis.
It looks like it looks like the last year was 2020 to 2021. It was $50.
Okay, so maybe they reduced it during the COVID situation. We'll have facts on that. I did want to talk to the extra holidays. I think those are aligned currently with the city's holiday schedule, because essentially it's about a staffing issue that, you know, if staff are not going to be required to work on those holidays, then, you know, we'd probably have additional expenses to hire or pay overtime for staff to come in on holiday days. So there was sort of a synergy there. And we can certainly run some numbers in terms of additional free days, but I certainly would have some concerns just based on where the parking budget is currently to have any further reductions in revenues would be very difficult at this moment.
Yeah, I hear you. It's still just that whole Christian holidays and Christian celebrations, and I think other people and other groups should be included if Christmas is going to be designated that way. But I hear what you're saying.
I have more ideas that involve free parking, but I will abuse the parking task force with them instead of baking them into the budget.
All right. Any other questions or things that we want to bring up as a council at this point? Again, just stating, you know, this is definitely the time to ask questions. This is definitely the time to put things out there. At this point, during this meeting, we've put out a number of items in relation to DEI, in relation to different fees, and, you know, and I'm sure that we're going to get some recommendations from staff on that, but I just want to give as many opportunities as I can for this council to weigh in.
So I have one more question.
Yep.
I brought this up before, just asking about that lost ticket fee, and this has to do with me understanding that sometimes people don't always have it together and they actually lose their tickets. They're not, you know, telling stories about how long they've been in the parking structure. But so when I look at the lost ticket fee, which is new, am I reading it right that it says gated surface lots, the daily maximum is below the lost ticket fee, and then for gated garages, the daily maximum again is below the lost ticket fee? Am I understanding that right, or am I missing like a line or something?
You are reading that correctly. The daily maximum in a gated garage is $15. The daily maximum in the gated surface lot is $20. So that's if you have your ticket in your past the number of hours. I think the gated, and Tom can speak to this, but the lost ticket fee would basically increase either of them to $25. So if you don't have your ticket, it automatically is $25 instead of that $15 or $20.
Yeah, it's really stressful to lose your ticket, especially if you just know you've been in the parking structure for an hour or two, and then to have to pay above the daily amount is just kind of, I would just like to make some people's life less hard when they get themselves into situations. And since I am council liaison for parking task force, I am happy to put my head with other people's heads to think about how we capture the folks that are taking advantage of the system. But it just kind of, it seems unfortunate for me for us to charge a higher rate for people that have a bad day and drop a valuable ticket.
So would you be suggesting then, Councilmember Watson, that we put those fees in line with what the daily maximums are rather than increasing it further?
Yeah, yes.
Mr. Fehrenbach, I know that you unmuted for a second. I didn't want to.
Yeah, I don't have all the context on that, and I know somebody who does. So we can certainly provide that for you. And it's certainly something that, like all things parking, you know, there's complexities to it and administrative context that I think needs to be part of the conversation. And I think that it would certainly be an appropriate thing to discuss at the parking task force. The mayor had a request for like kind of a worker permit, and we've had discussions of that on staff, and I understand, you know, there's some complexities there as well. So I would respectfully request that we you know, add that to the parking task force's a work plan, and if something does materialize there as a solution, that we could come back and do a budget amendment. I think to try to do it, you know, prior to next Tuesday is probably, you know, possibly a little premature, because we want to have the, you know, the full input from the task force on that particular one. And I do believe we discussed that at the previous meeting.
Yeah, I think so too. And I don't mean to give pushback if I'm not supposed to right now, but I was under the understanding that today was the day that I could make the recommendations or make the suggestions, but now it seems like today's not the day.
Yeah, so I would say the day is up until you approve it. The challenge is that this is a work product of lots of people. So if we're going to something, the complexity of the parking system and the rates, and there may be a reason that they charge it. I could think, for instance, that if someone says, I lost my ticket, that it takes staff intervention to go out, get a ticket, and figure out how to cash a person out so that there's actual costs there. I don't know that, but we don't have that information handy at this point. So it just puts us in a tough spot to say it's, of course, council's decision. But there are probably underlying reasons to why that is set up that way besides being punitive. And that's what we don't have that information at this point. And we don't have the benefit.
So I just want to interject here. So Councilmember Watson, you as a council member and up until that day have every right to make that change, make a motion for it, or even suggest it at this meeting, engage council support. I believe that staff is just indicating that they would prefer more time. And of course, this is a decision that's up to council. And so it is, you know, 100%, this is the day, to put it briefly. Absolutely, this is the day. I think that, you know, just given where staff was on it, they're just indicating that in, you know, from their recommendation, right, they would want more time. But of course, that's a recommendation. We're the council. You can make that decision.
Can I ask for one thing to add to Tom's list? Because Tom loves it when I add things to his list. It's just if we could get an idea of how many lost tickets totally we're dealing with in a year. Is it dozens or hundreds, basically? And then I know that one of the primary motivating factors for increasing that last ticket fee was that we essentially had people who were storing their cars in the garages without purchasing a ticket because they weren't taking their car out of the garage. And then they would just be like, no, I haven't been here for 2 weeks. I lost my ticket. I'll pay my $15. So do we have, like, I know that it was happening enough that staff flagged it as a problem. So do we kind of have an idea of the magnitude of the problem? Is it like 4 bad actors, or is it like the word's out, this is how to get your car stored in East Lansing? So like, I know you like hard numbers, but can you give me a little bit of like squishy stuff when you come back with it?
I think that was a nod in the yes.
That was a nod.
Awesome.
But I want to hand that back to Councilmember Watson. Councilmember Watson, again, I'm going to indicate You have every right to make a change to the budget if you see so fit, as long as the full council is in support. And again, you have every right to just say, I would like to make this change. Do I have support for it?
I would like to change the lost ticket fee from $25 to $20. Do I have support?
I will at this point support that. And I think that's reasonable based on what our maximums are. Although I am open to further communication from staff if there's some more context that's needed in a Q&A document later. But at this point, I'm comfortable with making that change. Is there anybody else in the council that is supportive?
I'm supportive up to just some of that institutional memory of the why that Councilperson Greg mentioned, and there was probably a reason. So I'd like a little bit of the history of the why we even arrived at that number, and the volume. Like what was said before, is this a huge problem? Is this a small problem? And what will that economic impact be? Because I know they can't take much more impact. So I'd be curious.
Okay, so that's a maybe.
So yes, per those responses, if it's not some huge, if we're not gouging them, so to speak.
I'm a yes per Councilmember Watson. I'm delighted to join your task force of people who are looking for alternative solutions to keep people from parking in garages as if they are storage facilities. Buy the permit, people, buy the permit.
Councilmember Babcock?
No.
Okay. All right. I believe I have 2 solid yeses and 2 solid maybes. So what I'm going to request is that, and Councilmember Watson, again, this is just for context purposes, that at this point, that fee remain the same, but given extra context from staff on this issue, Councilmember Watson, when we get to the point of approving this agenda, if you would like to make a motion to amend that line item, because that is on the fee schedule, you can then do that at that point. And then if the extra context from staff yields full, a majority of council support, then that will pass at that point. If that makes sense. Is everybody comfortable with going forward like that? I again, you guys said yes, but I knew that there was desire to get more input, so I didn't want to necessarily make the change and then make the change back if that input was different. So. All right.
I'm fine with that. It's Councilmember Watson's point, so I'll yield to her satisfaction on that point.
And again, if there's support to just make this change right now and then take the context as it is, speak up. But at this point, I haven't felt that indication. So, all right, great. Councilmember Watson, I'll hand the floor back to you.
Okay, I'm gonna be done.
Yeah. All righty.
Thanks.
Any other questions, comments on this budget document? Anything? Yep, go ahead, Director Philposh.
I will just make a note. We did have a couple discussions. One was about the DDA and the small change to that with the MSU FCU project. So that will also be built in. And that is reflected in the resolution as you see it today. And then also we had a conversation about the water and sewer rates, and those were different from the preliminary budget document, and those are also reflected in this draft. So like I said, we'll have that in the memo and then any other changes that we've made. But I did want to point out that those are reflected in here. So if you're trying to tie it back to the preliminary budget document, you wouldn't be able to for the DDA or that water and sewer schedule.
Appreciate that context. Other questions, comments, questions for staff?
I do have something. Mayor Pro Tem, were you going to go? I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm good. I forgot to mute.
Just speaking of parking task force, and as I'm thinking about our conversations right now, for parking task force, may I get the dates of the next quarterly meetings? And I think I'm just kind of used to like Housing Commission making recommendations and voting on something. And like for a parking task force, the moped permit was brought up.
there was conversation, but there wasn't clear recommendation in my mind to move it forward. And similarly for the lost ticket. And so I'm getting the hang of the parking task force. We only meet quarterly, but it would be helpful, especially because it's also during the day that that meeting happens, that I can get advance notice on that meeting. And then I don't know, it would be nicer, especially since I'm council liaison, if I could have an understanding of where we stood or where people were at before something comes forward. Okay, that's all.
Going once, going twice on this item. All right, again, this will be on the docket to approve at our next meeting. Appreciate everybody's work on this, especially the work of Director Feldposh and your staff of putting this together, all the department heads. We talked about it time and time again, but there's been a lot of work, and there's certainly been a lot of work since this budget process started and answering council member questions and getting some great context. So I just want to appreciate that. All righty. I'll move on to the next item, which is Q&A information from the May 11th, 2021 budget work session. Did anybody have any follow-up on any of those question responses or any other item? All righty, not seeing anything. I am going to move us. We approved a closed session earlier this meeting, and I believe we do not need a vote to now go into it because we already voted on it. So members of council, you should see an invite for another Zoom link for a closed session. Folks in the community that are watching, we will be back in this meeting to adjourn the closed session and then to adjourn the meeting. I'll see everybody in the closed session. All right, we are back. I'm going to try and get this. All right, great. Can I get a motion to adjourn closed session?
Motion to adjourn closed session.
Great. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Watson, motion by Councilmember Bacon. The clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Babcock,
Yes.
Councilmember Bacon,
Yes.
Councilmember Watson,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Greg,
Yes.
Mayor Stevens.
Yes. Now that we are adjourned from closed session, that was our last item on the agenda. I will adjourn our regular meeting. Thank you for being with us.
Good night.
Bye, guys.